somewhere in your chest, on your sweetheart hit and miss. Fuck it up good. You know you ever understood. do in your room when you're all alone? 3, 4, you want mom or whatever cure that was. 5, 6, finding bliss when you're drunk or you're doing drugs. When you're drunk, when you're drunk, when you're drunk, when you're drunk, when you're drunk or you're doing drugs. 7, 8, feeling brave but you never really play this game. 9, 10, feels like heaven, you're crying cause you wanna stay. Quick fix, finding bliss when you feel the heartbeat inside. When you're drunk, when you're drunk, when you're drunk, when you're drunk, when you're drunk. Do you believe in magic? Do you believe in magic? When you're drunk, 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 when you're drunk. Me too, I'm just like you and I need to fuck it up sometime. I'm stuck with ego trips, selling sex to a mother will buy. Sometimes I feel magic, then I manage to fuck up somehow. Get drunk, get drunk, get drunk, get drunk, and I'm getting high. Do you believe in magic? Do you believe in magic? Things you do in your room when you're all alone. In your room when you're all alone. 3, 4, you want mom or whatever cure that was. Or whatever cure that was. 5, 6, finding bliss when you're drunk or you're doing drugs. When you're drunk, 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 when you're drunk. Do you don't believe in magic? Me too, I'm just like you and I need to fuck it up sometime. I'm stuck with ego trips, selling sex to a mother will buy. Sometimes I feel magic, then I manage to fuck up somehow. Get drunk, get drunk, get drunk. Do you believe in magic? Do you believe in magic? Do you believe in magic? me feeling like a firebolt high in the sky, looking like a thunderstorm. Oh, here we go, 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 go. You're easy to remember, so hard to forget. Baby, it's a coward way you strut. How could I not worship every inch your feet have touched? Baby, run away with me. You kill it lonely. You make my eyes unsee. All the crazy. You make my heart believe there's only one of you, baby. Run away with me. Don't leave me lonely. You make my eyes unsee. All the crazy. You make my heart believe. There's no more clouds on the freeway. Now tell me you'll stay. Gonna now and last someday. Here we go, go, go. Rose bed, fancy hotels, girl, you know. Baby, run away with me. You kill it lonely. You make my eyes unsee. All the crazy. You make my heart believe there's only one of you.
life you love living instead of the life you think other people want you to live. Remember, you're the highest authority when it comes to knowing what you want and what you love. So stop trading yourself for the approval from others. Ladies and gentlemen, weirdos and geeks, please repeat after me. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a I don't give a fuck. 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 It's time to start doing the right thing. So trust your instinct. Stop listening to others and own your decisions. People will always tell you what to do, meaning how to live. So let's create space for what matters most to you. You'll be glad you did. Now start reclaiming your time and your mental well-being by saying no more. No more. Say it loudly and proudly. In other words, fuck you. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning: the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are here. We're live. Something like that. Yes. Andrew is supposed to be here. He will be. He has said, and I believe that he will. That he's going to make it. I think he kind of double booked the night, or maybe Halsey's a last minute addition. At any rate, he said that he's going to be running a little late, and no problems there. We'll get that going on. I'm waiting for my opposition to join. I think he's having a final smoke, maybe hanging out with his kids, playing a video game, something like that. We have extra time because Andrew's not going to be here until 10. Yeah, so there we go. At any rate, we're going to have a great show for you guys, one way or the other. As always, that's what I do. That's my promise to you. So VL Pod, that song's actually made by this guy in somewhere cold, like Sweden or Norway or some somewhere really far away northern place. And mostly he does electronic music. This is like the only song in his catalog like this, and it rocks out hardcore. So yeah, Um, Signal Gate. We're going to talk about that tomorrow during the normal news show. We'll talk about that. It may come up as part of the debate, but I doubt it. For you guys who don't know, this is going to be a debate over isolationism and versus interventionism. I am not an interventionist. I'm a non-interventionist. It's going to be a great debate. My opposition has debated several other people on this very subject. He's been refining his arguments. He's got them down to a craft. However, because it makes no logical damn sense, I'm going to win this handily. And I probably won't even need to raise my voice to do so. And I may not even use the word idiot or absurd even once tonight. We'll see. It'll be exciting. Keep it on. Yeah, it's a good track. I actually, Jake, I really try and go out of my way to get good music for my show, and it's tough, right? Because you've got to play the you got to play the game, right? With copyright and use and all that. So it's tough. It's tough. I actually just had we were going through my taxes, and my wife saw for the first time how much I spend to maintain my license to be able to use all of this music that I use, and it's it is cheaper than having people make music for me. Plus, I don't have to tell somebody I don't like what they just did. My problem with honestly, my problem with having music made for me, which I know a lot of musicians, and the problem is that it's tough for me to look somebody in their face and go, man, it's just not what I'm looking for. It's just easier for me just to flip through a catalog and use what what I can find. So yeah. So it's copyright does suck. Copyright does suck. So in theory, Andrew's going to be about an hour late. It's currently 9:00 Eastern time. He said he would be here at 10 p.m. Eastern time. So apparently, as far as he's concerned, Halsey is light work, and is not going to be a big deal. And then he's going to come over here. So the interesting thing is I've had Halsey on my show, and I didn't think that much of him, to be honest. I mean, he wasn't a bad guest. He just wasn't a great guest. You can see that show. It's in my catalog. You can go back and take a look at it. No problem. And man, I am blowing up here, guys. Sorry. Give me 1 second. I don't know what in the world just happened. Yeah, give me 1 second. Sorry, guys. I've got to get some stuff here going on. So at any rate, it's going to be a great debate. You guys are going to love it. It's going to be really cool. Now, my opposition, I'm going to be honest with you. My opposition is probably the best faith arguer or debater of this subject I've ever seen. I've watched his debates with Fabian Liberty and Rob Noor. Now, he got beaten both of those debates. Handily, honestly. So he's looking to he's not even looking to in his thing, he says he's not even really looking to win. He's really just looking to maybe make some good points and change some viewpoints, and maybe have somebody come over to his side. That's more important to him. We'll see. We'll see about that. We'll talk about that at the end of the show. Now the show's going to probably run later than normal tonight, just because, well, Andrew's not going to be here until at the earliest probably 10 o'clock. So it's going to be interesting. Yeah. I'm hoping that we get everyone over here and have a great debate. It's going to be a good time. So I have to. I'm trying to. What I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to figure out how to. I may have to shut down the TTS. As so, if you want a TTS or anything like that, pre-debate, get it in now because I'm going to have to shut those down during the debate so that it's not interrupting everyone. And that's going to be yeah. And so it's going to be interesting. No, she's not shutting the faucet off, but she was really surprised. So she's like, "What's this charge?" And I'm like, "Well, that's for the AI I use to make my make all the artwork for the show, make the backgrounds, make the thumbnails, all of that kind of stuff. That's what I use. Well, what is this? Well, this is the actual program that makes the thumbnail. So I have one program makes the art, one program makes the thumbnail, and the free versions just don't get it done. And so I pay for that. Well, what else do you pay for? Well, I pay for music. Now that's and all these are like once a year charges. It's not a big deal. So I of course I pay. I don't use Chat GTP. And I do have Grok, but I don't have the cool guy version of Grok. So I should, but I don't do much with that. But the AI artwork is pretty legit, and I have an AI music creator that sucks balls, and I've only used it like one time. It's just not good. I think there's some out there that are good, but I don't do it. So anyway, yeah. So it's an interesting deal. All of the costs that you don't think about if you're going to do a stream like this all the time. Somebody like my buddy Viking Paradigm here. Welcome, good sir. Welcome, good sir. He uses this stuff every day for work, and so it's a justified expense. I use these programs like every so often, and it's to me it's justified, but that's about it. Welcome again, by the way, Viking Paradigm. We're going to get started here shortly. We're in the pregame. Andrew's dealing with some light work, and I think my Oppo is he's probably playing a video game with his kids before he has to come on and take his medicine. So yeah. How have you been, Viking Paradigm? Hadn't seen you in a little while. Nobody? Well, anyway, all right, I'll continue then. I'll just keep talking. Nobody wants to talk. Dealing with a lot, are you? Are you okay? You want to come up for a minute and chat? You're welcome to come up and vent for a minute. That is totally fine. I can get you the link, Viking, if you want to come up for just a couple of minutes. It'd have to be really quickly because this is just kind of the calm before the storm. We were supposed to be started right now, but Andrew had a last minute debate. I did see that. I also saw that it's been challenged in court, Mr. Mister. Do you have any articles about that? Throw them to me on my Discord because I've been wondering about that. I've been very much wondering about that. So can't talk about some of you if I wanted to, but thank you for the offer. Hey man, you're certainly welcome. Yeah, throw me the link because are they Are they trying? They're trying to get an injunction against that, aren't they? My recollection is that they're already, like everything else Trump does. He signs it in. The left files a lawsuit. It's pretty hilarious, honestly. So it's pretty interesting. Welcome, Ghost 1978. Good to see you. Good to see you. It's really great. Good to see. Actually, it's really good to see everybody in the chat already. It's going to be really good later when we have tons and tons of people in here, and it's going crazy. But right now, we're just kind of in this holding pattern. I feel like I ought to throw on some background music or something, just for the fuck of it. We'll see. So there's, and we're not going to tip my hand. I'm not going to tip my hand too. I've been very careful to not tip my hand too much about my isolation or my actually non-interventionist arguments. But we'll talk about it here shortly. Let me see. Is anybody watching the Halsey debate with Andrews? Is he getting is Halsey getting completely destroyed? What's up, Anson Knowles? Good to see you. So this is interesting. This is a good argument for anti-interventionism. There's other arguments that that will take the other side of that coin. I'm not really sure that they make a good argument for that, but certainly there are arguments. But I can't get into it yet. We'll get there, I promise. Pardon me. So yeah. All right. What was I going to talk about anyway? Got a lot of stuff going on. So tomorrow during the daytime show, we're going to talk about, first of all, we're going to talk about the judge in California who, instead of writing his dissent, he made a video dissent of California's recent decision to once again regulate standard capacity magazines. We're going to talk about that. That's great. It's an amazing video. If you haven't seen it, I'm going to go through the whole thing step by step. It's freaking awesome. It's great. We're going to watch that tomorrow. We're also going to kind of get into this the Signal app thing. I've never been convinced that Signal app was actually secure. I think that I honestly thought, I was shocked that anybody thought it was secure. So yeah, election experts said the sweeping order, which could risk disenfranchising millions, will most likely be met with legal challenges. Yeah, it's the standard thing, right? Like Trump signs something, and then 20 minutes later, there's somebody, there's always got to be one guy. I got that, Mr. Mister. I did it. Musk did promote it as, a lot of people have promoted it as being very secure. I'm just not sure that that's the truth. Everything I've seen about, see, the thing is that if it's an app, it can be hacked, right? I mean, that's the rule. So I don't know, man. I don't think that's legit. So no, it's all good. It's all good, man. Mr. Mister, I'll look it up. It is all good in the hood. So yeah. But so so we're going to talk about the judge making the article with or the video, but with the dissenting opinion. That's absolutely, we got to do that. And there's something else that we're going to talk about. I've got the notes, and it's eluding me at the moment what it was, but it's been out for a couple of days. But it's to me, it's still fascinating to even think about and talk about. So we're going to talk about several things tomorrow with that are in the news, policy wise, and it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. It is more secure than WhatsApp. That's true. That's true. Vance got exposed in that exchange, crying about helping Europe, claiming bombing Yemen will help Europe. We all know which country will benefit in that exchange. But didn't they recognize? Didn't someone already come out and admit that the supposed leaked message was fake? Somebody tell me that. I haven't been following the Signal app thing just because I would not have trusted it to begin with. Like, that's just dumb. But I do agree with it's more secure with than WhatsApp, and a lot more secure than WeChat and whatever else. I do think the Signal app is very secure for phone calls. I think the way it handles voice calls is particularly particularly good. But I could be wrong about that. I could be wrong. Sorry, guys. Sorry it's boring start to the show, but the debate will start shortly. Just waiting on everybody else to get their stuff. I'm not, unlike a lot of other people. I don't just sit here with the blank screen and music playing and let you guys, wonder what's going on. No, I go ahead and do it. Just go ahead and go live. It's easy. Yeah, Tim, I saw that. I think that's where I saw it. Tim Pool reports that it wasn't a leak, that likely the journos that got it were looped in either intentionally or accidentally. That is, if we're talking about the same thing. Yeah. So I've been really wrapped up in other things today, so I just have not. Unfortunately, I just really haven't spent a lot of time on this. But it is what it is. It is what it is, guys. There are so many other ways to get information. So, and yeah, going to be good, gonna be good, gonna be good. Um, so, um, surveillance in and of itself is not intervention. That's just gathering information. That's research. I mean, you could maybe say that it's intervention if you get caught, obviously, but we really can't. Again, I can't really get into this stuff. So, yeah. It's a tough one tonight. I didn't have anything prepared either. Sorry, guys. I don't have anything to just sit here and chat about for half an hour, 45 minutes. So There's been a lot of interesting financial things lately. Did you notice that? Did you notice all of the things about tariffs and how Canada is laying off a bunch of people and all that kind of stuff? You guys notice that? I don't know if it was in the big news, but it's in the news. Pardon me. I didn't get a chance to go fishing. We were going to go, and we ended up the batteries needed to be charged in the boat and a bunch of other stuff, so I wasn't able to go. But it doesn't matter. It's a thought that counts. It's not the count. The batteries are charging right now. Actually, I've got the trolling motor and the main battery charging, and then the electronics battery I'll charge tomorrow. Man, there's a lot of movement lately. There's like a lot. Like if you're paying attention, you're seeing a lot of movement. So X is like worth a lot of money right now. Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be interesting how Canada works. I used to date a Canadian girl a long time ago, and she was here as a nurse, and she was only able to work here if no other, if they could not, if the hospital couldn't hire anybody with her skill set. So it was very interesting. I I'm going to take that as a challenge. I'm going to take that as a challenge. I don't know what they what I don't really care one way or the other. And honestly, I don't know that anybody else. I honestly don't know anybody else either. The bagel people. That's funny though. That's funny. Here, I got something for that. Let me see if I can find it. I had it earlier. Here we go. Let's see. Now you see what you got here is you got the what are these? These are the Illuminati. No, these are the it's not the Illuminati. The Freemasons. You got the Illuminati. You got the Mormons. What are those other guys? The guys on the bicycles, not bicycle. The door to door people. Anyway, it doesn't matter. And then you've got your Catholics over here, and now over here you got your small hat. Crazy. They think I control the world. This is new guy. Just somebody's always saying somebody controls the world. It's really funny. I think that's hilarious, actually. Jehovah's Witness. Thank you. I forgot about those guys. Hey, good evening, Vampire Frog. Didn't see you come in there. I was busy putting up a meme. It was memeing. Memeing hardcore. Remember, can't have war crimes without Canadians. Just saying. Can't have a war crime without a Canadian. Jehovah's Witnesses, I had forgotten about those guys. That's pretty funny. Yeah, man, let's make that happen. Let's do that. Sweet. Multiple oligarchs infighting with each other on who should run the world. I've wondered about that, but the problem is that even if you take into account people like Onassis, who was like pretty secretive. It doesn't matter because people know who these people are. And it wouldn't be just a couple of oligarchs because literally the richest people in the world are like the King of England, um, in theory, all of the Saudi princes, like they have ridiculous money, like money we can't even understand. Like it's crazy. So it's very, I don't know, man. I think it's more I think it's a power paradigm, if anything. I always think it's interesting that people talk about the illusion that your vote matters or doesn't matter or whatever. It's interesting. I always think that's interesting stuff. Um, so yeah. What's up, Lord of Pies? We're starting a little late. We're running a little late. Are the Rothschilds bagels? I thought they were something else. Are they Rothschilds bagels? I have to check that one. I'm fact checking. Yeah, I guess they are. I have to look up their deal here. Pan European. I haven't heard that term in a while. Pan European. Interesting. Go back to the Napoleonic Wars. That's pretty fucking old right there. I got to be honest, man. The Napoleonic Wars. That's a long time ago. That's older than me. Pan European. And it looks like they hadn't really been the Israel since like 1896. 1896, not 19. I mean, as far as, doing anything there. Yeah, it's mostly they do banking, stuff like that. Huh. Very interesting. I had to check that. That was interesting. Relive any time in history where I go, the American frontier. That's legit. That's legit. Yeah, it's legit. Bankers wars. Let me DM. Oh, there we go. Okay. All right. You ready? Yeah, gonna be an interesting week. Gonna be an interesting news show, I think. Tomorrow's show will be good. We're gonna have a great time. Do you guys think there are actual like? Do you guys think that there are people that are both smart and powerful enough to pull strings in, I don't know, Saudi Arabia and affect what you do in your daily life? All imported cars, not American cars. All imported cars. Yeah, and Lord of Pies are actually. I think if you buy a car made in America, I think it. I don't think you pay some tax on it. There's there. I don't know if it's federal sales tax maybe or something like that. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but yeah, you don't pay tax on it. That's great. That's great. You don't pay the federal tax. It's awesome. That's probably the most based outlook ever. But I still would go with the American frontier. I really want to. I really grew up reading about that, and you know, I really enjoy it. There's a lot of stories lately, Mister, that are just weird. I don't know whether we're only getting half the story or what, but it's weird. All right, hold on again. They wouldn't be doing things in Saudi Arabia that to directly affect myself, likely doing stuff to benefit themselves and impact me as a resulting factor. Yeah, well, that's literally everybody on the planet. I do things that benefit me all day long, and um, my neighbor may be moving just because I'm home all the time and I work on stuff in my driveway and in my shop and in my yard, and I think he doesn't like that. I think he thinks it is not the image of the neighborhood he wants to be in. So I think he's moving. That's fine. He can do that. Everybody needs a crazy neighbor with an airplane parked in his driveway. What are you talking about? That's true, but I don't know. We'll see. I agree with that. I think that's true. I mean, kinda, right? I mean, they're internationally traded, so I'm sure there are people in Australia that own Ford and Tesla stock. And I don't mind people in other countries owning things in America as long as most of the money stays here. Well, aren't you a lucky young man? Single moms for ticky tack. Just want to put that back up there. Single moms for ticky tack. Well, well, well. Maybe. See, actually, I think you're right about that. I think you're right about it. I think the problem with most people in this country is they're convinced there is a threat where there is not one, and they are absolutely comfortable with people where there is no threat whatsoever. Hey, what's up,
What's going on? I don't need a transmit in here, do I?
dude? You're good. You sound good.
Oh.
Yeah.
I got a loud keyboard though. I was just trying to look for a push to talk. I think it's only the second time using this, so give me just a second to figure it all out. Do your thing.
You're all good, man. You look good. You sound good. We're just killing time. Andrew's over on his channel debating this guy named Halsey, who's actually on my show a couple of months ago. And Halsey's kind of a weird dude, and he's a little dogmatic. And dogma is a good thing in specific areas, but a lot of times it's just bad. So one of the places he's dogmatic is men's. I don't know what you call it. Men's not qualify. Not. I don't really know what you got. He just not men's rights, men's privileges, men's issues. There you go. So, the Smoking Spaceman asks if your camera is mirrored or are you violating flag code?
Am I? Oh, I thought I had it right. I looked it up online. I might be. No, I'm not mirrored. I thought I did it correctly.
Yeah.
Shit, my bad. No.
Well, these guys look out. These guys. You're going to get all the questions. Ticky Tack wants to know what you're growing there.
Oh, I got like 15 different plants there. Nothing like this.
You're an herbivore.
Yeah. No, I buy that though.
Yeah. I don't drink. I've never smoked. I've never tried drugs. I don't gamble. I'm a pretty boring person.
Which is absolutely fine. Like, I was talking to Lactoid about that. I quit high school and sold drugs for a long time and partied and did all sorts of dumb shit. And like, now that I'm 37, I'm still working on shit that people in their late 20s have done already. I'm working on getting a mortgage. I'm engaged. I'm doing all these things that like people have figured out 10 years ago. So like,
sure.
I'm behind as a motherfucker trying to catch up with everybody else that is just so far ahead of me, but I'm not going to have a midlife crisis. So like there's trade-offs.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I'm trying to find a push to talk button here just because if the dogs start barking or whatever, I want to be able to shut them the fuck up without
sure. There's at the bottom of your screen, there's just a little mute. Little tab says mute, and that mutes you.
There's just no way to set a button for it. It sucks.
Well, not a key at it. Well, I mean, there probably is, but I've never bothered to do that. So, Tiki Tack says he's a high school dropout as well. He works with computers as well, just like you.
Yeah.
Are you in Texas? You guys could be buddies.
I got family there. I was just there recently. Next time I go, I swear I'm meeting up with Gibbs.
Oh yeah.
He's fun, man. I started doing debates around the same time he did. We were both nobodies that Wick gave a chance, and now he's blowing up, and I'm happy as hell for him. So
13 says to make a hotkey for the mute button. I mean, I've done that. I've got mine. Let me
are you talking 13? You're talking about independent of Streamlabs, or can I do
yeah,
it on?
yeah, you can do that because you get on your microphone. I might even know. I mean, I may even have that. Give me 1 second. Since we're just killing time, bro, till Andrew wastes this fool. Andrew literally like hit me back, say, "I'm still doing the debate. I just got to push it back. I've got to go wreck this fool." I'm like, cool.
It was very one-sided. I was listening to some of it. They gave me a couple of notes, like his description of what a man's responsibility is kind of fits in with what my argument is going to be a little bit. So I kind of like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Gibbs, Mr. in here is saying Gibbs is very like that, and then his Southern, he talks like a Texan, and like people that don't know Texas people think he sounds stupid, but like that's just how they all talk. Like,
yeah, that's not wrong. Yeah, it's not wrong.
But other than that, man, I'm prepped, ready to go. Spent most of the day chilling, didn't really do anything crazy. Shit, I fucked something up. As an adult now, I just don't do anything fun anymore. But I mean, it has its pros and cons.
Yeah, I got you.
Let me jump online as well.
Well, I do all of the cool things. All of them. I think I'm I'm overcompensating.
There was something I was kind of bringing it up to you. I got to do some work on it. So I looked at a bunch of left-wing housing policies over the last like 50, 60 years, kind of got a fundamental model for what they like to do. And then I looked at right-wing ideal housing policy and tried to work them together into something we haven't seen yet. I just took it in front of like a left-wing think tank to see like, and let them rip it apart and blah, 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 do their thing. One guy actually works in that. My next step in this, after I've taken all their critiques and compliments and blah, 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 and work them into the policies, I want to get together a group of, smart right-wingers that lay out the situation. Like housing policy is the issue this election, and whoever comes up with the one that people like more is going to win the presidency. That's the stakes. Now, here's a housing policy. Rip it apart. Tell me what you hate about it. Tell me what you like about it. Blah, blah, blah. And I think that once I get there, I'm probably going to get a hold of 20 people. But yeah, definitely going to hit you and Gibbs up for that, because you both easily can give me some good counter.
Yeah, cool, man. Yeah, I'm cool, man. I mean, it's an interesting. I think it's always an interesting deal. Tyler, comment in the chat. The mods are going to get the link to your channel, and they'll spam that through the throughout the debate.
All right. Forgive my ignorance, chat, but it says sending messages is only supported for hosts. How do I do that?
You may have to open up another window. Just go to the YouTube link.
Oh, I gotcha.
I don't know why people that are not debaters would agree to debate. Do you know why that is, Tyler?
I would have to assume it's something similar to the Dunning-Kruger complex idea that, like, I'm good at this and I probably am the biggest fish in my small pond, bro. I'm still not amazing at it. Every time I come on, it's like flexing a muscle in a sense.
Dude, I watched your debate with both, Fabian Liberty Scott and Rob Noor, and you were, especially with Rob Noor, you were super chill with Rob Noor. Like, I mean, you guys didn't even have a moderator, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's why I was like, I don't know that I need a moderator with you. But
it's nice when you can start to get into the technical to have a third party there to say, like, you're being unfair. I'm human. I make mistakes.
Sure.
Usually if someone says something's wrong,
I'll call you on stuff if you're being, if you're being weird.
The first person I usually blame though is myself.
Based Oracle, yeah, absolutely. Based Oracle was I have no idea why that guy wanted to debate. He was absolutely horrible at it. So, am I planning to overhaul the chat bots? Do I have chat bots?
Rob was actually like first 5 people I sat down and talked to with about something like that. Fabian, that was only a few months ago. Kind of just watching the two, you could see like with Rob, I was just throwing out a bunch of random points with no focus.
Yeah,
and no.
You were much better with Scott.
Yeah, I lack a lot. I've been watching a lot of people. The goal is to get on the Soho forum and argue against Ben Burgess and people like that. So
I don't know what the Soho forum is.
Libertarian debate thing out of New York City, run by a guy named Gene Epstein. Mostly academics and like professors and shit go on there.
So you want to do it in you want to do it live or?
Yeah, I want to be like one of the first amateurs and just walk up on there and be like, "Hey, what's up?" and slap my dick on the table. I think that'd be really cool.
I think that'd get you arrested in Soho. Well, maybe not. Maybe not in Soho. A couple of blocks north, it'll get you arrested.
Yeah, they're libertarians. They'll slap their dicks right on the table with me.
That's funny. I don't know. I think it's an interesting. Concept, really. I don't know where you're at, but so I went to DebateCon, and then I liked it so much that I volunteered to help, and now it looks like, and I need to touch base, but because I was sick a week or so, and now I've been busy catching up, so now I've got some time. I need to reach back out to them. It looks like they're going to have it here in Nashville, and that'll be legit.
Oh shit!
And that's where it takes the online to live as well.
I'm in the home of the Masters. I'm in Augusta, so I'm pretty close.
Oh, really?
Yep.
I don't get down there very often. That's a little, that's far south. Not quite as, not Miami far, but that's pretty far south. Yeah. I've been to Roebling Road though.
I'm a New York transplant down here. When I moved down here, man, I was a Bernie bro. I was a hardcore Democrat, never voted red in my life. I thought all Republicans were racist. I was anti-gun, all that shit. And like, I didn't switch sides so much as I got to see.
You got educated.
Yeah, I got.
That's what happens. If you notice that, it's an interesting thing with it's a really interesting thing with liberals that move somewhere where there are no more liberals. And what they do is they just, they start knowing their first of all, it's hard, especially in the South. If you move to the South, everybody's going to talk to you. Like the lady at Walmart is going to ask you how your day is. If it's going to rain, does it look like it's going to rain outside? Oh, you're buying a bunch of fishing gear. You're going fishing today. Are you taking your kids fishing? What? I mean, they're just going to talk to you, and they're going to be really polite about it. And if you don't want to talk, they'll be like, okay, then no problem. And I think it's an interesting thing when, people come from other liberals, especially come to the South because they're shocked. So
I'd say the biggest thing too with me changing is I slowed down. I used to drive a certain aggressive way, and being down here with all the people, they're just like, we're going to get there. the same pace, it rubbed off on me and it slowed me down too. So like I'm not moving at that New York fast pace anymore where I need to just get things done, get on to the next thing. It's more like I enjoy just
shit, Jack Sheridan's in the house. Did you say something offensive, Jack? I have to scroll. Ah, there it is. There it is. There we go.
But then you start thinking, like, if they lied to me about this, people, what else did they lie to me about? And you start really questioning your, I don't know. So,
what's up, Jack? Good to see you, buddy. Good to see everybody in the chat tonight. We're not, guys. We're not debating yet. For those of you just popping in, it looks like Andrew said 10. I don't think he can end it in 6 minutes. We'll see. He is Andrew Wilson after all. He can do whatever he wants. But we'll see. We'll see what happens, and we'll get Andrew will pop on. He's got the link. All he's got to do is just click the button, and he's right in here. So we'll be looking for that soon. So anyway, it's an interesting thing. I hear it a lot actually, and people are like super scared of people owning guns, and then I have this really funny story. You may not appreciate that. I think this is hilarious. So at the college here in my hometown, they have a flight school, and it's internet, and they have a ton of it. They used to have more, but they have a ton of international students come to learn how to fly. Partially because it forces them to speak English, which is you have to in order to fly internationally, you have to be able to speak English, and it forces them to speak English. And second, it's just cheaper than doing it in Europe. So they come over here and they do their basic. They would do their basic flight training and everything here, and then they go elsewhere. They also have an air traffic controller school here that was like nationally ranked at one point. Maybe it may have been number one. I don't know. Anyway, so this guy literally like flies over from fucking Sweden, walks in his new apartment, shakes his new roommate's hand, who's also Swedish, and walks out his back door into the complex, the townhouse complex we were in, and we're all hanging out. My roommates were drinking. Obviously I don't drink, so I was just kind of hanging out. And and he's like, "Hey, how are you guys?" I'm like, "What's up?" And he's like, "Oh, I just got from Sweden." And we're like, "Oh, cool, man. We're about to go shoot some guns. You want to go?" And he's like, "What?" I'm like, "Yeah, man, we're gonna go shoot some guns." And so we go shoot some guns. We took him out to Hooters or whatever it was. Took him out to the booby club, and we did it. I mean, like the guy became an American in one day. Like he was instant American. And he's like, "This is amazing. This is great. I'm never leaving." And it was very funny. But that guy was cool. His roommate wasn't as cool. His roommate went back to Sweden because he couldn't handle all the freedom and fun.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of listening to Andrew's conversation. What they were talking about over there is like a crisis of masculinity. I don't think it's as bad as people think. I think all the dudes are starting to like finally like be like, all right, I had enough with polite society at this point, and we're starting to see that pushback now. I think if everyone just kind of sits on their hands, dudes are going to kind of grab the reins of power back in a certain way very shortly here.
I'm gonna, if I can, I want to push back a little bit on that, because I don't think it's that we're tired of polite society. We're tired of feminine society, because in the South, it's always been polite society, right? It always has been, always will be. And when but like. And now I'm going to be honest, I come from a town that is big now, but when I grew up, it was pretty small. And we have one movie theater, one skating rink, and that was it. There was nothing else to do after dark. You know what I'm saying? And so a lot of times you would find like bonfires were a real thing here. Like there was a bonfire every few weeks. There was and there were a lot of fighting, because why not? You just, not because you don't like the guy, it's just you're bored. Pick a fight, and and people stood up for themselves, I think, a lot better. And I think it's just a different dynamic. Now I don't know that held true everywhere, right? I don't know that, but I feel like in rural areas it probably did. And so when you get into this feminist worldview, this feminist mantra, and you get sucked into it, and you don't even know, because it's as Rollo Tomassi wrote, which I don't often refer to Rollo Tomassi because I don't personally. I mean, it's not that I dislike him. I just, he's not a friend or anything. But he wrote that feminism is in the air we breathe, it's the water we swim in, and it's just everywhere. You can't get away from it. Literally every ad you see on TV, every church sermon you hear, everything, it's everywhere now, and you can't get away from it. And so that's what Andrew mostly pushes back against. Andrew is I mean, people think that he's like this knuckle dragging Cro-Mag guy, but I see exactly where he's coming from. My wife works. My wife's a high power, is not high powered, but my wife's a high functioning investment banker. She's one of the people that we're going to talk about hating in a minute. and I have no problem with that, right? I had to retire for her to make as much money in a year that I had, right? And that's fine. That doesn't diminish the fact that I lead the household. If I say no, we're not doing that, we don't do that. And that's where I think a lot of people a lot of people, and I'm sure that you probably are one of them. No, I'm not, assaulting you here, but you're probably one of those people who thinks of marriage as a partnership and equal say, and you guys are going to sit down and just hash everything out and come to the best possible conclusion for everybody. And that's all well and good, as long as at the end of the day, if you as the man leading the relationship say, that's great, I understand, but we're doing it this way, and your wife says, okay, then that's how, that's just how it needs to be. And that happens with me and my wife all the time. My wife will give me like a very well thought out and probably more correct way of doing things than I would do it. But I will see things that she doesn't see. And I will say, no, we're not doing that.
So let me jump back to the beginning real quick, because
Sure,
I don't disagree with what you were saying there. So I'm going to kind of restate it as not an abandonment of polite society, but a suspension of polite society through the vessel of Trump, who is more America's middle finger. And that suspension is due to groups co-opting polite society to their own ends. And you say feminism, the parts I don't like about it aren't necessarily feminism. They're the parts that you could separate out under the banner of neo-Marxism.
Well, feminism is ultimately socialism, right? For feminism to exist, you understand that men have to allow it to exist and support it. If all men tomorrow said, fuck that noise, we're not doing it, women couldn't do shit about it. What are they going to do? Not cook? I can cook. What are they going to do? Not suck my dick? Okay, that's fine. I can go a long time without getting my dick sucked. Okay? But when things go bump in the night and I don't get up out of bed to go check and see what it is, we'll see what happens.
Yeah. No, I agree, but you start walking down that path too. Most men also get put in that same position where they just comply or die. You end up starting to get like the strongest faction that basically can't be told no is who the new leader is. So that's something I'm going
Yeah, I
to be
agree with
arguing
that. I agree
actually with my argument here about small L liberalism. I know people in
I know. I've listened to you enough to know that you think of yourself as a classic liberal, a Jeffersonian liberal.
That, but I do like some modern day neoliberal technocrat policies as well. I think that a political elite are the best skill
You're
wise.
not going to pull a Johnny Mnemonic on me, are you?
No. I think having a political elite, people like Mitch McConnell, like you might not like his policies or what he's about, but the fact that he knows what levers to pull when to get things done is, to me, a skill set that somebody has to develop over a long career. So we should have experts in those roles. That's more my view of it all.
Well, I like the idea of experts, but sometimes there just aren't any experts, and you have to become the expert. It's like this. So I was listening. I was actually, somebody put an ad up the other day in this group that I'm in. There's an opening for a ranch hand. I think in Wyoming or something. I think it's in Wyoming. It's a 3,000 acre ranch, or maybe it's 30,000. It's massive, massive. All of the herding is done on horseback. I got to find that out. It's the most manliest shit I've ever heard in my life. Like, you are out there and you are going to be getting shit done. And like, I was thinking, you know how few people would do that? Like that, and how much they're going to have to pay the guy that does that, because it's so brutal. But think about the guy that does that, right? Even if he's, it's that, and they require 3 references, but they didn't require any experience. They just want to know that you're going to show up and fucking do it. So you could show up day one, and as long as you're willing to tough it out, you can do it. And I read this article once about a guy who had done kind of that same thing, where he had left his office job and gone out west and become a ranch hand and suffered the whole time. On the other side of it, have you ever heard of a guy named Peter Hathaway Capstick? He's written a lot of really good books. I like them all. Death in the Long Grass is a great one. This guy retired, or not retired, but he quit Wall Street. He went to Africa and became a hunting guide, because Wall Street, he was too big a pussy on Wall Street. He's like, you know what? This sucks. I don't want to do this anymore. I want to be a man. I want to do manly things. I'm not meant to sit in an office and die. And he went and became an African, literally became a professional hunter. And, he's through all walks of life, through the African wild, hunting game that kills lions and all it. And he's a super cool dude. You need to read his books; they're great. They will. Death in the Long Grass and Leaders are 2 of my favorites. Welcome, Andrew. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well. I'm hearing typing in the background. Anyway, yeah. Well, no worries. Hang on. I'm not used to this program. Let me see if I can't get it up on full screen here, guys. Sorry. I do apologize for my tardiness.
Oh, you're fine.
It's very kind of everybody to give me a little bit of extend. I'm always running against the clock. I always have way more commitments than I feel like I can get to, but I always try to get to all of them. So,
yeah.
All right. 1 second here. Let me see if I can't get this full screen. Do you know what the full screen tab is on this?
I just it usually just has a pair of arrows down in the very corner, and I just click that and it goes full screen.
No, dude, super appreciated. Being late, whatever. Thank you very much for coming.
Yeah. What the fuck is this program, dude? Hang on a second.
I don't know. It's always works for me.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to get rid of the taskbar at the bottom, like my Windows taskbar when I put it full screen.
Oh, I don't have that issue. Mine goes away. Do you? I don't know. Tyler, did you? Was there anything you had to do to get rid of that when you came in?
I still have one. I'm still trying to figure out the mute button.
You just click mute.
Yeah, I know, but I'm stupid and I might miss it when I'm typing.
What the fuck? All right, what is the program called?
Talk Studio.
All right, hang on.
By Streamlabs.
Always a new fucking program. 1 second.
Sorry.
All right, maybe I can try it. Maybe I can try it a different way here.
I can now hear your keyboard. I couldn't hear your keyboard earlier, but now I can. It's weird.
Yeah, I can too. It's annoying. Hey, well, you know, it's your guys' shit, but 1 second. All right. I might just have to hide the taskbar the old-fashioned way. 1 second. What the fuck? The fuck, Grid? Why you gotta do this, Grid?
I've been using this for months and never had a single problem. This has been better for me than StreamYard. StreamYard, I had a bunch of problems with. So I don't know.
Why you got to make it a pain in the ass, Grid?
It's a talent. It's talent. It's not one I asked for, but it's one I got. So I go with it.
All right, hang on. I'm gonna try to fix. I'm just trying to fix it on my end.
Yeah, no worries. Now that you're properly annoyed, I think Tyler wants to debate with you at some point, so you could put him on the schedule for like next year, whenever you have an opening.
It was more
eventually.
Questions.
Yeah, everybody always has fucking questions. Hang on a second. Damn it. Hey, Mr. E, if you can hear me too, give me the Bloodsport intro music real quick. Send it to me on Discord. Send me the Bloodsport intro music on Discord. Do it quick. Do it now. Hurry up, because I'm at least going to play it on my end. If we're gonna do a debate, we have to do it Crucible style. So, dude, I cannot get rid of this fucking taskbar in this program. I have no idea why. There's no full screen option, which video. No. What a pain in the ass. Oh, well, whatever. I guess people can just see the taskbar. I don't really give a shit.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever noticed it, but I don't know. "13 is saying to right click the taskbar itself.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
You know, but I kind of need it there. So,
Okay.
All right, whatever.
All right.
They can just see the taskbar. I don't fucking care.
Okay. All right.
It's just super annoying.
How long did because I asked you, Tyler, but I don't think you got back to me because we're working out the perceived moderator issue at the time. How long do you need for your opening?
I'm not picky about it. 5, 7, 10, whatever.
Yeah, I think we settled on 7 because I didn't want Andrew to be here all night. So you challenged me. I can lead off. You can lead off. I don't really care. Your call.
Doesn't bother me. You pick.
Oh, so hang on. A chatter got it. He said F11. Awesome. Thank you, chatter. Send that guy a fucking hat, Mystery. Send whoever said F11 a fucking hat. If it was 3 people who said it, send it to fucking 3 people. Anyway, go ahead.
I can start off.
Hey, I got a hat.
Yeah.
I had to buy it though.
All right. So first of all, let's do this the correct way.
Yeah.
So we have to do the intro music.
Perfect.
Darn. Okay, we can't do the intro music because I'm on your shit. But here's what we can do, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Crucible. I'm your host, Andrew Wilson. Tonight, we'll be moderating a debate between Tyler and Grid One Motorsports scumbag extraordinaire. What we'll be debating tonight is, gentlemen, what are we going to be debating tonight?
Interventionism, and I'm trying to sell you guys on it being the most based foreign strategy.
Okay, got it.
And I will be taking the non-interventionist.
Got it. So we're going to be discussing interventionalism. Who has the positive position? You, Tyler, have the positive position. So, Tyler, you're going to be opening first. But the good news for you is that means you get the last close. You open first, you get the last close, right? Because it always puts you at a slight disadvantage, but you get the advantage of being able to have the last word. Gentlemen, before we dive into this, Grid One Motorsports, where can everybody find you? And tell us a little bit about yourself.
I am Grid One Motorsports. I am at an Unreasonable Man on YouTube. This is the first debate that I've had on this on my own channel. I normally do not debate on my channel, but since Tyler challenged me and it was such a great timing on his part, here we go. We're going to debate on my channel. And I asked Andrew to please moderate for me. He is one of the best and fairest mods I'm aware of. And he happens to be a friend, so I knew I could trust him on all accounts. And yeah, we're going to dive right into this. It's going to be a great time. Tyler?
Average debate enjoyer, Tyler, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, all that fun stuff. You'll probably see me on Twitter being an asshole. I kind of just am here to argue politics. I love it. I'm looking for like-minded people that give a shit about things to learn from, tell me where I'm wrong and stupid, and hopefully at the end of the day, I walk out with the sharpest damn sword I can get. So come check me out if you want to see shit. And right now we're working on an open source think tank, trying to move the think tank process of developing policy online, getting smart people and professionals in to comment on it and build it from the ground up.
Okay. So, gentlemen, I'll explain very quickly my moderation style. I'm going to intervene as little as I possibly can, but I do expect you to adhere to moderation. If I tell you to shut up, I tell you it's not your turn, I tell you to mind your own business, I tell you we're moving the topic on, I expect you to adhere to it. If you don't, you instantly lose. That's how it works. Also, Tyler, what the fuck is wrong with your lip, bro? What's wrong with your lip? What happened to your lip?
It's pretty dry down here in the winter, and it just crack skin. Yeah.
All right, that's fair. The chat was freaking out about it, so I just figured we would get that off the table immediately. With that said, gentlemen, in this case, Tyler, go ahead with your opening statement, and you have 7 minutes on the clock.
All right, so I want to say thank you to the gracious host, the audience, and the gentleman here whose mind I'm going to attempt to change. I am a little bit different from you guys lined up politically, but I did a bit of research, kind of trying to get the vibe of what you guys are about when I was trying to develop this this sales pitch, essentially. So I'm here to push my worldview, and I want to do it because I think my worldview is not only correct, righteous, and just, but to those that aren't given the opportunity to even learn it or live it, or somewhat succumb to live in the fiery pits of their own damnation of their shithole countries, it's kind of our responsibility to spread a liberal, small L, liberal worldview outward. So first, I want to define interventionism as to what people think about it. They think about the Iraq War, the Afghanistan War, which is pretty fair. These are modern things, but I want to go and expand the term to more what it actually means. Interventionism, essentially in its broadest economic forms, means that we use our influence generally to push our worldview onto other people. So we say, if you want to do X with us, we do why for your human rights. And this is the idea that the UK used to end slavery with its trade partners and neighboring nations. And eventually, when the US ended slavery here, they came on board, and we pressured most of the Western Hemisphere to end the worldwide practice of slavery just by pushing our post-Enlightenment worldview onto them. And at the end of the day, now we have, hundreds of years later, very strong allies that are very what's the word I'm looking for? They're very on board. They're not going anywhere. They're not going to switch to communism tomorrow. They're sold on our worldview. It's very important we make these institutional investments in these other countries to spread what we think is right, because the bad guys are out there doing the same damn thing at the same time. So we have different types of economic intervention. We have the negative economic intervention that we see a lot with things like tariffs, sanctions, threatening to stop aid for a country if they don't get on earth with or don't get on board with our deals and want to end a rare earth deal. So anytime you see something like that where we're threatening, that's a form of interventionism as well. It's the negative economic. We also have the positive. Less for you guys, but the USAID was a lot of what we saw with the positive, the soft power. The favorite word of Democrats right now is soft power. That was giving people money to incentivize them to be on our side. Here's some money. We're going to invest in your school system, and then you're going to be our boys. And that's what China's doing as well with Belt and Road Initiative. So if we cede that ground, they're picking it up. And it might seem in the short term like we're not losing much, but if those dominoes start falling, you see a world that's sided against us. So I would argue not only is this worldview of protecting the weak and spreading our liberal freedom principles worldwide is not only righteous and true, but it brings out the best in our nations. It brings out the best in our allies and partners. It forms these strong bonds. And we can look through each one of them, like liberal principles, Blackstonian law, checks and balances, federalism, representative government, capitalist economy. All these things are tried, true, the best through merit, the best we have developed so far as a humanity. There's no reason why we should keep them to ourselves. So liberal principles like freedom of expression are the way we turn around and use this system to push it outwards. So thinking of situations like after slavery ended, we have the churches in Maine and New England area went down to the South. They built schools for the freed slaves. With these religious schools, they pushed Christianity and they pushed literacy. We saw black slaves. This is all out of a Thomas Sowell book. We saw black post-slaves have a higher literacy rate than Southerners, partially because that's what they needed to vote at the time, due to the grandfather clause and literacy tests. But because of that situation, we saw a very Christian, very literate group. To this day, they are one of the most faith-adhering American demographics because they made this religious institution, this investment into this community. And I think in order to keep pushing forward, you need to constantly be pushing outward. If you sit on your hands and become complacent, something else is going to happen. And to relate to you guys, you see that Christianity is no longer the #1 growing religion anymore. It's Islam. They're out there pushing it. Judaism doesn't incorporate people. They're down to 2% of the world's religions. You have to get out there. You have to spread the mission. I say we have to do the same thing with our worldview, not only again to protect the weak, not only again to push the most righteous system onto other people, but to make a better world for everybody. And then we get to the actual, away from the ideology to the practical points. We can talk about U.S. hegemony and trade being as best it's ever been. We can look at like the Biden administration taking sanctions off the Houthis, taking them off the terror watch list. 2 years later, the Houthis turn around and now they're attacking shipping lanes for everyone besides China. So we can see that if we don't keep the foot on the gas here, some of our adversaries are going to come and fuck up our economy abroad. We need to make sure that trade. Think of look at San Francisco, where they stopped policing certain crimes in San Francisco. Businesses fled. Now imagine that on the world stage. We stopped policing on the world stage.
2 minutes.
Businesses aren't going to want to. Thank you. Businesses aren't going to want to spread abroad anymore. We need something like that. Now, another thing, we have boots on the ground. I'd say technology is taking care of that for the most part. We even saw that transition under Obama. The biggest thing I get told when I bring this up is, what good is it for the United States? And I think that's where Trump comes in. What Trump is doing right now with his plan for Gaza, what he's doing right now with his plan with the mineral deal in Ukraine, is he's making it worth it for America. He's using trade sanctions to get concessions out of Canada, Mexico, Panama, Colombia, Libya and other countries, and he's using tariffs against China to get their manufacturing to divest from the country, decoupling them from our economy, so that in the future we can go after them for all the fucking trades that they do. Now, there's a lot of bad aspects, and they're probably going to get brought up, of interventionism, and I'm going to give you guys an example of respecting the culture being a failed version of how we can intervene. If Afghanistan, Libya, Egypt, all these countries, we respected their culture, we didn't push our superior culture on them, and they ended up having sex with goats and going back to selling young women into slavery. So we need to say, put our foot down, our culture is better, deal with it. So I would say to be best in line, if you vote red, if you want to be on Trump's side, this is the worldview that's going to more closely align you with the modern day Republican Party. Not only that, the best worldview to spread the morality and good of the United States abroad.
All right. You had 57 seconds left. Well done. You really took it right down to the wire. Grid One Motorsports, with your opening statement, please. You now have 7 minutes on the clock. Go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you very much. I shouldn't need that much time. First of all, again, from my perspective, non-interventionism is, for me, mostly economic and military are the two most important aspects. No one's talking here about limiting trade or in per se, or tourism or any of that. We're not closing borders to legitimate visitors, that sort of thing. However, what he's talking about is a kind of a cultural exchange and basically taking our taxpayer dollars and putting them into a machine to terraform the entire rest of the world into the United States. Now, if that were possible, it would have been done already. We've spent enough money. We've killed enough people. But it hasn't happened, and so we're wrong. The reality is that no matter how much Myopo will argue that intervention by the U.S. is a noble thing and something that should happen, he's wrong, and he knows he's wrong. But he's going to talk about feelings, and he's going to talk about how we could and should. None of that's going to change anything. And we're going to have a great discussion about leadership in our country and other countries, and why, as great as America is, it's great for very specific reasons. We're going to dive into those, mostly because our Constitution was based around the idea that Americans for America, not Americans for Canada, not Americans fighting for Mexico or anything else. Now, our Constitution did allow for soldiers of fortune, or what we would call today NGOs, non-government organizations, to fight wars for hire for other nations. Maybe we should do that. We should allow that. I agree with that. And we should allow those people any armaments in the United States arsenal that they are qualified to use. But that's not the American military. The American military needs to stay home where it belongs because it's American military. It says right there in the name. At one point in time, we owned the world. We conquered Germany. We conquered Japan. And we fucked it up. And we're going to continue fucking up because we are not the savior of the world. We're America. We save ourselves. And we can't even do that right now. Conditions in America are an all-time catastrophe. Myopo is going to argue a lot, brilliantly, by the way. He is very brilliant. He's got a great set of arguments, but he's wrong, and I'm going to show you how he's wrong. And that's my opening.
Gentlemen, I appreciate those opening statements. Generally, right about now, as we complete the opening statements, is when I shill. However, because I'm kind of hosting this in a hodgepodge way, I'm going to allow you guys, because of all the new people tuning in, to very quickly shill yourselves, shill your social media before we get into the back and forth. Very quickly, go ahead with you, Tyler, first.
Average Debate Enjoyer, Av Debate Enjoyer on Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube.
Grid One, where can people send you money right this second?
You can send me money by coming to my channel. We have all of the various StreamYard or not StreamYard, but YouTube super chats and all of that, all the Streamlabs stuff. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to pause the TTS, so yeah, I would prefer that we somehow limit that. I don't know how we could do that, but please come by and give me money. I would love that. Thank you.
Yes. Well, here's the thing. I will say, if you don't want to give these gentlemen money, I will take it on their behalf. Grid One, as you can see, is he's way too wealthy for his own good anyway. So it's necessary for me to come in as the great liberal democracy spreader that I am and say that if I am moderating this debate, my interventionism is going to require both of these gentlemen's treasure. With that, gentlemen, the floor is open. Go ahead, and no, you don't need to make it too respectful.
Gotcha. Go right ahead, Tyler. I know you've got a lot to say.
I was going to start out, first of all, my 5 viewers. I don't take money. I'm literally just here for the love of politics. Give it all to Andrew as a show of thank you for coming to moderate for us. It's awesome and very
I want it. I want it. So
yeah,
send
absolutely.
it. Send it
Absolutely.
to me. Yeah, fuck this guy. Fuck this guy. He's give it to me. Give it to me. All right, go ahead.
So you are right. Terraforming isn't the word I would pick, but essentially I'm picking up what you're laying down, and you are right. I do want to spread liberalism to countries. I think we have a bunch of examples, and you probably already heard them: Germany, South Korea, Japan, Philippines, Israel, and a bunch of others. But the reason why I want to spread it is because there's crises all over the world, and when we have a corrupt government and they start attacking their own people, those people decide to form a caravan and come to our southern border. And if we don't want to deal with shit like that, we either have to leave this treaty. It's going to take 2/3 of the Senate to leave, and I just don't see that happening, or we fix these nations so they're not these shitty hellholes anymore. It's worked in the past, and I just, again,
when did it work in the past?
When post World War II, Germany, South Korea, Japan is the example I went to, because I feel like the Japanese are a bit more hard-headed and set in their ways of honor and culture than the Middle East is. And
let's take a minute. Let's take a minute and talk about post World War II Germany and the world, right? Post World War II Germany only worked because you had all of the nations right there, and we literally owned it, right? Like, this is not the case now. We don't own any other part of the world, but we owned Germany, or part of it. The Soviets owned the rest. The Germans were irrelevant at that point. They did what we said, or we put them to the test. So nothing that you're talking about would work because those conditions no longer exist. But let's talk about it a little bit further. What did happen was, while we were fucking around in Germany, instead of coming back home to America, Mao was turning China completely communist, right? That meant that when the Russians helped the North Koreans turn North Korea into, which, by the way, for those of you guys who don't know, Korea was a vassal state of Japan. When we kicked Japan's ass, Korea became free up to grab. Decided to take the southern section up to the 30th parallel. We allowed the communists to have the rest.
Grid, your audio is coming in and out.
Is it really?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It may have been the TTS thing coming up. I'm sorry.
Are you on OBS?
Yeah.
Then mute your TTS.
Yeah. Let me go.
So you see the audio mixer?
Yeah, the audio, it actually comes through because I'm using Talk Studio. It uses that, but I think I can. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
There is something I can do.
Otherwise, this chat's going to incessantly troll you by going over and sending you in a bunch of cash just to fake your voice out and fuck with you.
I know. I understand that.
That's something I would do. I mean, I would literally do that to you just for the fun of it, because
I understand.
sabotage your entire debate performance, and I think it would be hilarious.
No, I've already got the TTS actually muted. So
okay.
All
right. So back to it. Back to it, Grid. Go ahead.
All right. So, at the end of the day, we ended up we got out of war in 1945. We went back to war in 1953. Does that sound like we handled anything properly after World War II?
Well, we didn't go back to war with the same nations, but yeah, I mean, there were different wars that we were fighting. We moved into different areas, and we didn't know the size of the threat. We didn't know there was going to be a communist overthrowing of China at the time. You know, I think we supported them taking Korea, and then we ended up fighting the Communist Party in Korea. A lot of people don't know we actually fought. U.S. and China fought directly in the Koreas too. But There are
We fought
you're
the
right.
Japanese in Korea.
Yeah. Well, there are different situations. Well, no, I'm talking about during the Korean War. We fought against Chinese forces in Korea.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah,
We had to.
Yeah, I'm just people don't know that we actually were in direct conflict with China at one point.
Mhm.
They think it's been proxies. Anyways, the point of that is yes, you're right. There's different circumstances. So if we look at something like Gaza right now, Gaza is a strip of land. It's smaller than pretty much every state. It's completely surrounded by allies. You could argue that the 11 tunnels going into Egypt and the Philadelphia corridor are a threat, but all those tunnels have been destroyed by Israel, and Israel holds about 17 miles of that strip of land on the south. If we went in there and we oversaw the economic investment into the oil specifically, but also the beachfront property, and we walked away with some investment, that would be a net positive for the United States.
It'd be great for Elon Musk to do, but that's not for the United States of America to do.
I don't see why not. Nobody wants Israel.
Because our government is horrible at managing money. That would work if I trusted anybody in the government not to rip us off. But literally every week there's a new scandal. We had to form an agency called Doge to go out and figure out where all of the money was going. Now we're learning that a lot of the money that we sent to Ukraine was actually given to oligarchs again, which is what always happens, and it's made its way back to the U.S. lining politicians' pockets. I have zero faith in our politicians to do the right thing, especially outside this country. Let me call your attention to Iran in 1953. 1953, the CIA, under supervision of the United States government, toppled the prime minister of Iran. Prior to that, Iran was the Paris of the Middle East. Literally, it looked like Paris. If you saw pictures of Baghdad and Tehran and all these places, it was literally beautiful. But nope, we've got to go fuck it up. Why? Because we wanted oil and Britain wanted oil, and we conspired with the UK to topple the legitimate government of Iran and install the Shah. That has led to Sharia law. That has led to countless people being murdered. This is what we do when we fuck around outside this country. This is exactly what happens every single time. You can't list me one successful operation the CIA or any other government agency has done outside this country, except to keep us into wars for 70 years where young men die and we spend billions of dollars.
Well, again, I would point to quite a few of the examples, Israel being another one where that's overwhelming a success. And
I'm sorry, which one?
I would say Israel, but I wanted to go to Ukraine. I don't want to concede the whole color.
We're giving Israel almost no money. And what we do give them, they return to us. Mm-hmm. That's the only reason why I don't have a problem with Israel.
When we first got involved in Israel, they were a tiny economy that was quasi-socialist, and now they're one of the largest and strongest economies in the world, and especially in that region. Back. Absolutely, and they can't.
So this is how this is supposed to work.
Yeah, and Ukraine's supposed to pay us back as well.
This goes back to the Revolutionary War. When France helped us defeat England, they did it because we paid them. Okay, there was no nobility there. They weren't doing it out of the kindness of their hearts, which is what you're talking about. Mm-mm. They did it because it made financial sense, and they paid. We paid them, right? We paid them; they paid us. So that's a very interesting deal when we start talking about places like Israel. Sure, Israel. I don't particularly care one way or the other, right? Religious. I'm not even going to talk about the religious aspect of it. All I really care about is that when we give them money, they either give us technology that we don't have, or they give us actual money back. We don't write them a check and never see it again.
That's where I really think a lot of your complaints have been addressed by this administration already in this term. In terms of money, we're seeking a
Yes,
mineral deal.
and we're pulling out of those. We're
Yeah.
trying to come back as much as we possibly can.
Yeah, we're seeking a mineral deal that's going to pay us back 33%
Yeah.
more than what Trump is speculating we spent, which is like 500 billion higher than what we actually are guaranteeing them money. And
Well,
like,
if that happens, I mean,
Yeah.
we're dealing with a Russian criminal, so I don't know that deal will actually happen.
that's fair, but to the degree this is what Trump is working toward, is paying us back to the point of U.S. troops on the ground. This is
Yes,
another
because
point that
Trump
is working
understands
toward.
history. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No,
Trump
you're good.
understands history.
Hmm.
Trump understands why America was formed and why it became the greatest nation in the history of man. Have you ever heard? There's this thing that Ben Franklin, when he was ambassador back during post-Revolutionary War, and he's meeting with the King of England, and the King of England says, "How has America grown so fast?" And Franklin said, "It's because we don't take loans from banks. We pay for everything up front." When that happens, right? Because the king of at that time, the entire monarchy of the UK was garbage because it was in debt. It literally owed everybody.
You guys, okay, stop, both of you. We need to thread the needle here. This
Okay.
debate is about interventionism. It's
Sure.
not about, unless you're going to thread the needle for history and how it has some sort of
Just pointing to how
consequence.
we-
Hang on. And how it has some sort of consequence towards interventionism. You did do that, I think, successfully with Germany. You guys were bringing up the history of foreign nations. Quotes from the founding fathers, things like this, as we go down these diatribes, actually take away from the debate. Bring it back. Let's zero it right back in on interventionism. That's what we're here to talk about. With that, Grid One, continue with whatever it is that you want to discuss here.
The point is that every single time that we, as a country, since World War II, since we became non-isolationist and entered into World War II because of FDR, ever since then, we keep sending money and men to die on all foreign shores, and that's wrong. And we don't need to do that. Other countries, look, if the Congo, if another war starts in the Congo and one group of people kill another people, that's how nations are formed. Fine. I understand it's human suffering. It sucks. It's terrible. However, none of my business, really. Now you say that they're refugees showing up against my borders. Well, those refugees were told to come here. Right? It's not like they just popped in their head, "Oh, let's go to America." We are our own worst enemy because we have people in this country who are globalists who think that for some stupid reason, the United States is so successful that we can support the world, and they're wrong. We're going to go broke. It is not sustainable. And I think you understand that, but at the same time, again, you're all of these arguments you're making, they're all from the heart. I get it. You feel bad for these people.
Grid, you got to try to make these concise points so that your opponent can respond. Not only that, right, but you are bringing up logical issues here, but we got to make sure if you guys are going to do this debate correctly, keep your points very concise so that the opposition can respond, and try to keep them within the confines of a logical proposition so that the opponent can respond logically to them. Go ahead, Grid.
No, you're right. I can pull them down. I'm sorry, Tyler. Go ahead.
I'm following what you're saying. I'm taking a bunch of notes. So like you might come off as rambling, but you're hitting. I'm picking up what you're putting down here. So I listened to your introduction. I listened to your points here, and you keep going through a handful of complaints that I want to address directly. Each one: troops are dying. We're spending money and not getting any return. We're supporting the world and we can't afford it. Absolutely, and I agree with all these things. A lot of interventionists agree with these things, and Trump agrees with these things, and each one of them has been addressed. I'm excited to see what Trump's interventionist strategy strategy is going to be in Gaza, because he's writing a new game plan. I mean, if at first you don't succeed, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. You pick yourself up, you try again, you figure out a better way to do it. And with Gaza, we're setting up a game plan where the United States is going to go in. We're not going to have any troops on the ground. We're going to have other people in the region that we're allied with protecting us. We're going to have our people in
Tyler,
the
Tyler, what we're looking for is logical arguments for why interventionism is good. That's what we're looking for, right? Giving us what the Trump administration is doing currently, this and that. We're looking for why interventionism is good and the arguments for that. Grid is building arguments for why interventionism is bad. Gotcha. Keep it within the confines of the topic, gentlemen. I know that I'm being harsh on you, but if you guys go on these long diatribe rambles, you're actually taking away from your own debate time. So keep it to the confines of the logical arguments. Interventionism good because X.
Yeah, I got you. So a couple of things I got written down here. We can go with the free trade component, where I was talking about that earlier. If we don't keep up the authority on the waterways, we see trade either not happen anymore or cost significantly higher. The cost of the disposable income of people's everyday good-to-good materials starts to go up. Now, we do see somewhat tariffs being used as well to force people to give us better trade deals. So that form of economic interventionism, as well as protecting the world, is the reason we're allowed to do this global trade that allows us to have the lifestyle we currently have now. It's a pretty well-backed theory on it. And if we take our foot off the gas, somebody else is going to step in, and it's going to be China. And I don't think we're going to like the results.
Okay, so as far as the tariffs go, those are our own fault again. We allowed Japan to tariff our vehicles. For example, I'm using them as an example. It's one of many. It's just a clear-cut one. Japan, back in the 80s, tariff, GM basically couldn't import cars to Japan because the tariff was so high. However, in America, because we are stupid and because some politicians made some deals, they allowed us to, or they allowed Japanese cars to come in with no tariffs. Not only that, they subsidized factories here in the United States. That's counter to promoting U.S. industry. So now we're saying, well, now we have this trade imbalance with all of these foreign manufacturers. Well, sure, our politicians caused it. Now that's the problem. Now, if you can understand that argument, if you can understand the logic behind that, I'd love to hear why now you're saying, well, we're fixing it now. I don't think that we are. I think that all we're doing is recovering a little bit. And if we become isolationists, we win, right? Because now I don't care about their tariffs. They can do whatever they want.
You are right to a degree. It's not like we're going to lose that. And the fact that we have the strongest economy is also what allows us to bully people with tariffs. You are right. If we close our doors, we're going to hurt the least out of everybody 100%. But that global trade, again, has led to a massive takeoff in technology and life expectancy and all sorts of aspects of our lives. And if we cut it off, we could be potentially cutting off the next great advancement just because we're doing all right and we don't want to share. Like, I really think at the end of the day, you're looking more in the short term. And if we expand to the long term of what this is going to do, we're going into each country and turning them into little Americas so that we can have each potential mind that could invent time travel, cure for cancer, whatever, that would be eating rats and mud pies in India and pooping on the street, now has the capability of being found, picked out by the claw, and put into the right college where they advance the world in a way. The more opportunity we have to pull the stars out of the pack, I feel like is good.
Okay. So all right. So we've already talked about the military. That's bad. Tariffs, financial, that's bad. Now let's talk about culturally.
Well, no, hang on. Before I allow you to move topics,
okay.
He made a sound argument back. So the argument that you had postulated to him was that, look, under these various tariff programs, we're going to do better than our opposition. His response was, absolutely, we will. However, we deprive ourselves from necessary conditionals, which will be very helpful to our economy, this and that. I would actually like to see the response before I allow this shift of goalposts here.
Yeah, no worries.
I want to see the
response.
No worries.
I just wanted to hear the culture. I just, he went to the culture thing.
We'll get to culture. I promise. We're not going anywhere, guys. We're going to get to everything here.
All right.
But I would like to finish fleshing this argument out. I think it's important.
Yeah, I think it is too. And I thank you for that. So yes, we will hurt the least. But what if we, and I'm not saying we close off our borders, correct? I'm saying that we go to actual free trade with less government interference. We allow the free market to establish what things are worth or not worth, and we no longer subsidize anything coming in, you know, from wheat coming from the Ukraine. Why would we do that when we have wheat farmers here that are losing farms because they don't get those subsidies and they can't meet the same price? So I would prefer a true free market economy rather than any government influence beyond perhaps standards, right? Like obviously we don't want poison coming in. I think there can be some inspections and that sort of thing. But as far as price fixing, which is what goes on now, and all of these backdoor or backroom behind closed doors deals that politicians make for business that partially lines their own pockets, again, you have a lot of faith in our government to do things while at the same time having no faith in them to do things. That seems contradictory. And I just don't see where we're going to be able to get to what you're talking about. And I think my way is better.
On a practical level, you're arguing basically, if you follow that argument to its logical conclusion, you're basically saying that we can never do anything because of the fear of somebody co-opting it. Like even a private institution could be co-opted in that exact same way. So we can never form anything because somebody bad is going to eventually abuse that power if we follow that logical argument to its end. But I think
hold on. No, that's not actually what I said. What I said is that I would prefer free trade with no government interference.
I was just getting the end part. I'm going to jump to that now.
Okay.
So going into the free trade part that you were talking about there, I think that this is a great part to prove to you how essential it is for us to have these economic interventions, especially with China. So what China has done in the last few years is stolen $500 billion in IP from U.S. companies. They've flooded the market with cheap steel that's made with low-wage workers, bad products. What they do is they hoard it. They built it for all their super cities. They hoard the shit out of it. Then they sold it to Canada and Mexico at super cheap rates, flooding our markets, putting our steel industry out of business. Things that are illegal to do in our markets because we have these consumer and business protections, they were doing on the global stage. We needed a way to punish them because they don't adhere. They're not under the jurisdiction.
You're making my argument, right? You're making my argument.
I don't think so. I think we need these interventions.
Because of all of the regulations here in America, we can't compete on the global stage, right?
Yeah.
Because we subsidize these things, we can't compete on the. You just made my argument for me, and that's okay. I'm gonna address a little bit of that, a little, because I really want to go point by point. Andrew will yell at me if I don't go point by point. So and I understand what you're talking about, the Silk Road, the BNR, Belt and Road. Initiative that China is doing is mostly for Europe, doesn't really have anything to do with the US. Sure, they can flood our market with cheap steel, but the only reason they can is because years ago we allowed our steel industry to basically be shut down and offshore. We still ship the ore to China. So if we don't ship ore to them, they can't make steel. Okay? I'm just picking on that one thing. Every situation that you give me, I'm going to say that we can do it better here and probably cheaper once we factor in the shipping. You did mention before the shipping lanes and that we need to protect those. With the world gets away with cheap shipping because they don't have to provide any protection for their ships. We do that. We subsidize it. I'm saying no more. If they want their ships to get here, they can do like the olden days and have a flotilla of armed ships guide their freighters to us. We don't. It's just, and I'm being a little bit tongue in cheek.
Concise.
Yeah, it's being a little tongue in cheek there, but that's the reality of the situation. I understand what you're saying. It is factually not inaccurate, but you're not taking into account that we ship our ore out. That's the only reason they can even make the steel that you're talking about.
I'm looking right now. I'm looking at the top 10 iron export countries are Australia, Brazil, South Africa, Canada, Ukraine. They're allies with 3 of the top 10 exporters. If we tell them no, there's a world market for them to go to. And I'm saying if we back off the US hegemony and we're not the police of the world, they will be. We're still going to have a safe world. It's going to be under the Chinese Communist Party's control. And then we're completely out of there. We're at their mercy. So you're basically like, China's bad. China's doing bad things, but let's cede all our ground to them because we don't want to deal with it. Is, to me, like, even if we took our entire regulatory state, which you're talking about,
hold on, we're moving because you're kind of pinballing around now.
I'm sorry. I'm just focusing on China here. I wanted to get to like each. I was writing down your points. Yeah, I'm sorry. Let me make this one because this is the main point I was trying to build up to. Is if we got rid of our entire regulatory state, the fact that China still manipulates their currency, manipulates their markets, they do all sorts of pay their people shit wages. They do all sorts of IP theft. They are doing trade practices that are illegal in the United States, but they're not under our jurisdiction, so they're allowed to get away with them on the world stage. Just because we have regulations is not going to close that gap by a long shot, and it's their actual intentional actions. The Biden administration threw out 1,000 visa recipients that were here, Chinese nationals, that were here to spy on us. They're throwing thousands of people into our country to spy on us.
You better tie that in to how it has to do with interventionism.
We need to fight back against it, is what I'm saying. We can't allow them just to beat the shit out of us on the world stage and have no way to fight back. This economic fight we're having with them, with tariffs, trade war, getting people to divest from their country using tariffs, is our way to tell China, basically, we're not going to sit here and take your shit anymore. And without it, we're at their mercy.
Okay, that's all very interesting. First of all, I don't live in fear of any other nation. I don't live in fear of the Russians. I don't live in fear of the Ukrainians, and I don't live in fear of the Chinese. China has a massive internal market. Let them sell to their own people for all I care. You know, if you think that China can beat us out in all of these other nations, fine. That's business. You're literally saying, well, if we don't kowtow to these people, or if we don't do X, these people are going to and be globalists and take money out of every taxpayer's pocket to subsidize this program and do this program and do that thing, do all of these things globally instead of here at home. What we need to do is, if we don't do that, then we lose on the world stage. And honestly, I don't care about the world stage. I don't care.
Hang on.
Right.
Tyler, I'm going to give you the last word on this, and then we're going to move it over to the social aspect that Grid wanted to move it over to, so that we can move to that topic. You guys have done really well at staying on topic. I'm very impressed. Great job. But Tyler, very quick, just give us 1 minute. Respond to this. I'll let you open on the social aspect of it and let Grid respond. Go ahead. You're muted, bro.
With all respect, I'm not saying this to hate on you. I understand and appreciate your worldview here, but in a way, you're saying we're talking about what's better for the U.S. people, yours or mine, and you're saying that we could have a much less safe world. We could have a communist-controlled world police. We could have a higher cost of disposable income on household goods because we're going to do better than every other nation if we shut our doors. But it's not a better situation for the United States people if we just close our doors. It's just we do better than everyone else. It's just everyone meets at the bottom, though.
Yeah, that was a good response.
And that's fine. From there, Tyler, well, Grid, you wanted to move it over to
sort of the cultural,
the cultural aspect and the social aspect. Go ahead when you're ready, and we'll launch into that kind of portion of this as a launching pad. Go ahead, Grid.
Okay, so culturally, I think that the most messed up thing that people that globalists do is try and go turn other countries into little Americas. They're not little Americas. They'll never be. They don't want to be. It's just like when we go to Afghanistan or anywhere else, and we try and turn people into little America. They don't want to be that. They never were that. Plus, a lot of times you're talking about people in dirt huts, and all of a sudden you're trying to talk and tell them that they need running water and all of these other things that they're decades away from getting. And this is the most harm that anyone can do to another society. If they live in grass huts and they are happy living in grass huts, leave them in their grass huts. Okay? Until they as a society evolve forward. This idea, this is the one thing that Star Trek got right. Non-interference. That's the one thing Star Trek got a few.
Let him respond, Grid.
Yeah.
Let's not Gish Gallops to the point where he can't respond to each individual point. Go ahead, Tyler, when you're ready.
I don't have too much for this. I would say culturally, we absolutely need to turn them into literal Americas, because a lot of the attempts that you brought up in the past were a Democrat saying that we need to respect their culture and blah, blah, blah. They have inferior cultures. That's why we're there in the first place. We need to wipe that shit out and replace it with liberalism. And I feel like if they were just harmless people living in grass huts, then we wouldn't have a problem with them. It's the fact that they're shooting 10,000 rockets at Israel every year. That's the problem.
I'm just going to go back to the
it's an open floor, guys. I'm sorry. I do have to intervene. I have to do a little interventionism here and there to keep it on track, but it is an open floor.
I was just kind of blown away by that one.
Yeah, all I ask is that you guys keep the points somewhat concise. Remember, if you give 3-4 points, it's very difficult for the opponent to respond. Let's do it a point at a time so that both of you get a fair shake here. Go ahead, Grid.
No, prime directive, bro. No. If they live in grass huts, they live in grass huts. If they live, let them evolve. The more, it's way more harm. And look at what happened. Let's look at every time we tried that again. All right, you ever heard of the Taliban? They were living in caves. Now they've got the 3rd largest air force in their region. Why? Because America. And who are they fighting? America. Well, that's a win for you. Come on. Now they're not living in grass huts.
Okay. So they were living in caves because America forced them out of power. They were in power prior to that. But again, if it was just people living in grass huts, I'm 100% with you. Some tribe in Africa that's not hurting anybody. I say we go in, we build them a well. We teach them a little bit about modern medicine like we have done so that they're not suffering. We cure some like parasites that they had in the water because they weren't building wells properly. Things of that nature. Absolutely. Like really light and positive economic intervention just to make sure they're living a good life. NGOs can handle that. We don't need taxpayer money for it unless that's really what the people want. But more what I'm talking about is the violent ones, the ones that are causing issues, or the ones that maybe they're entering the world stage as an advanced country and we don't want them to have nukes like Iran. So maybe the JCPOA was a fucking terrible deal, but there's other ways we can work with people.
We've never done well with that, dude.
I think we have. I think there's a lot of examples where we absolutely
Afghanistan,
have.
L. Iran, L. Iraq, L. Kuwait, L.
Libya, Egypt, both L's as well. And again, I keep pointing this consistent theme is like we had 20 years where our interventionism turned into America the best, and this year going to be us too. Well, you know what? Maybe your culture is just as good as ours, and you're equal, and we'll let you keep your culture, and you just pick up some Western values, and just vote. And it'll be good.
I have to stop. You can't look at Saudi Arabia with people that are rich beyond your or my comprehension because of us, and then look 100 miles north at Kyrgyzstan and say that anything we did there was positive. And the British too. I'm not going to leave them out. But you can't say that all of the American lives had been lost on that piece of dirt were worth it.
I can't say that you're right, but I can say that while we were in this failure that I'm also admitting is a failure and a waste of U.S. lives, there were anecdotes you can pick out of it to show that the world that the people were there experiencing the first 8 years when they loved us, we saw their life expectancy skyrocket by, I think, 12 years. We saw their education almost double. We saw their malnutrition almost vanish. Their life got better. And for Japan, it took almost 2 decades for them to get on board with the U.S. being in their country and doing this. We were there for about 2 decades. What happened in Afghanistan is we had that support and we lost it. If you look at polling, they wanted more of a government like Saudi Arabia after we'd been in their country for almost 20 years. They were ready to kick us out. That's one of the major arguments of us leaving is they didn't want us there anymore. And the reason why is because we left their culture intact. We let the same people stay in power. And instead of switching to a Western system, they went, oh, I want to be more like Saudi Arabia. I can show you the polling on that. It's fucking crazy. We literally saved their lives and they want to turn around and just turn into autocrats again. It's just a dumb worldview. That
if somebody wants to live under a monarchy, that's fine. We don't need to change the world.
Yeah,
We really don't.
To some degree, I agree with you there, but I feel I'm just
Worse
mentioning
is
to you
that
this is how we fail.
I guess my biggest problem is not. Look, I love your energy. I love your ideas. The problem is you want to use taxpayer money to do it and American lives to enforce it, and that's where we cannot have that. We can no longer do this. We need to go back, not non-interventionist, and just be America and be great. Make America great again, bro.
Well, I think it's important that we dive into this aspect. So, Grid One made the kind of logical proposition here that if people want to live under X system, they should be allowed to. Tyler said, "Well, I at least somewhat agree with that." So let's get into the meat of this.
Yeah.
Tyler, why don't you? Why don't you agree fully with Grid's proposition here that those people should be allowed to do that if they so choose? And let's dive into that because I think that gets to the heart of intervention, right? Wouldn't you agree? That kind of gets to the heart of what it is we're talking about. So let's do that. Tyler, go ahead.
I think that it'd be easier to tell you why I don't agree by telling you why I do agree. Like, I think a sovereign nation that has a leader that isn't out causing problems, that's working with the Western community, is absolutely fine. I think this was only a failure in Afghanistan because it shows that we failed to change their culture, their mindset, and their ideal governing system. It shows we failed as interventionists to assimilate them properly to the worldview that we're pushing onto them. And I feel like that a lot has to do with this cultural respect phase of interventionism that was led to almost all failures.
Yeah, so I get that. I'm just going to respond that logically it's failed every time. It's cost way more than it's worth in it by almost any metric. I mean, I can't think of a single metric. And worse, we keep doing it. We bang our head against the wall one time. Okay, great. We did it. We failed. We move on. You keep doing it. There's something wrong there, man. And these people don't want it. That's the problem. When are we going to finally realize that when people say, no, we don't want you here, we finally say, okay, we got you, bro. We're getting off your lawn.
Well, in those instances, it's when they don't. Oh, am I muted? No. Okay. So in those instances, it's when they don't bomb their fucking neighbors. You know, like, I don't give a shit what they want if the government they had in place was bombing their neighbors. The alternative is we let Israel just take you over. So we're trying to intervene and be a third party to keep both sides happy because we're allies with both sides. And our ultimate goal is the Abraham Accords, create peace, stabilization, and trade regulation throughout that nation. So that's Trump's stated goal for his foreign policy. I feel like this has to be part of it.
Yeah, I understand it's a stated goal. I just don't agree with that as a goal. I think it's the best that we can hope for right now because we're already doing it. And he is remember that he's pulling back as much as possible. There's only so much he can do with Congress and everyone else who gets rich off of these things.
So let's take the interventionism out of it for 1 second because your complaint is cost and boots on the ground. Let's look at Greenland. Let's say, would you say it's a net benefit if we could purchase Greenland?
I haven't looked into that enough to care.
They have a ton of unrefined.
Okay, Grid, that's very evasive, right? I understand that you may not have looked into it, but he's pressing you for consistency in the logic, and I think it's fair that you answer his question.
Right. So what I do know about it is that the 58,000 people that live there are not against it. I don't know if they're for it, but I did read something where they said they're not against it. That's not a lot of people to live there. I understand it's another country's territory. There's some negotiations there. Whether the juice is worth the squeeze or not, I have no idea.
So they
to me, it's always been part of just kind of Trump's rhetoric of we're going to do this, and it's a little bit bombastic. Whether or not he does it, I don't know. I would not disagree with if those people wanted as a people to, become Americans. I wouldn't disagree with that. However, I wouldn't want us to go and invade them.
Yeah, no, that off the table. I'm just saying, would it be a net benefit to the United States to take in this country regardless of how we get it. Just take it in, have another territory where we are based in the UK, but it's US territory and all the natural resources that come with it.
I can't see that there's a negative, so it'd probably be a positive.
Yeah. So if there's a trade ally now that has all those things that's trading them to us, there's also a positive there. Yes.
I'm sorry. Are you saying that like another country, right?
Yes. Yeah. Let's say there's certain resources we don't have in the United States that we need to build a certain chip for a certain car. We have them here. Allies have them. We form a strong relationship. We end up taking down trade barriers. Yeah. Taiwan's actually going to get a 25% tariff slapped on them. But another hypothetical country, Wakanda, let's say. Wakanda, we make peace with them. They're selling us vibranium, and they're teaching us how to do Wakanda forever, all sorts of fun stuff like that. We wouldn't have this otherwise. It raises the U.S. person's living experience. So the cost we're spending in a way is
I understand treaties. I'm not drawing. I'm not drawing a parallel here between where we're intervening there. That's them working with us. That's free trade. That's an open market. That's normalcy. What you've been talking about thus far is not normalcy. You're talking about going into somewhere that doesn't necessarily want us there and doing things that they don't want us to do in the name of America.
Yeah, well, that's only in the worst case scenario when they hit somebody. I'm trying to get to your three core objections, which is cost, boots on the ground, and is it our business? And the cost aspect of it, even if we don't have the Trumpian proposals to get back more money than we're putting in, which is Trump's way to fix that issue, we have the long-term cost analysis of how much better and cheaper the American life becomes with just this type of trade. I could show you from the 70s on, there's only 3 sectors that have gotten more expensive per capita out of the disposable income of the U.S. taxpayer, and it's all 3 highly regulated healthcare, colleges, and I think housing are the 3. And they're all
again,
highly regulated.
I have no problem with free trade. I have no problem with treaties between willing neighbors or whatever. No problem with that. That's not isolationism. That's not interventionism. That's simple. That's just the doing business.
Yes, but we have to preserve that, is what I'm saying. We have to make sure the seas are safe. We have to make sure China's not, our adversary isn't moving in and say, once they get enough people on their side, because we're not reaching out and forming these bonds and trade allies and protecting them when they need protection and helping them out when they need help, and China is, they can get a group large enough together to say, stop trading with them.
China's going to invade Argentina?
No, but they can just say, stop trading with the United States. We decided we're going to sanction the United States, and we have 150 nations on our side that are going to join those sanctions. So they could do to us what we do to bad actors on the world stage if they gain that power. Could you imagine if China said, we don't respect your First Amendment rights, and until you get rid of those, we're going to globally sanction you the same way you sanction us for our lack of...
Well, then isolationism is the answer to that, because then we don't need the rest of the fucking world. We tell them to go fuck themselves. We did pre-World War II.
And the quality of life for the United States just gets worse as a result. We do better than every
other
nation.
Why is that the case? How are you drawing to that conclusion? I can't get there from here.
The free trade. That's what I'm trying to explain to you, is once we lose that, once we stop policing free trade and ensuring its existence, we can lose it because there's a competitor trying to take it over. We have to constantly be pushing back against them. As soon as that competitor takes it over, they start treating us like we treat bad actors on the world stage. They can sanction us, they can block trade, they can
already do that.
They're already doing, yes, but then they actually have the power to squeeze our balls that they don't have now.
What is it that we lack that we would not be able to have here that a sanction would work?
I didn't have an example, so I made up X rare earth mineral from Wakanda just for our example here. Okay. But I'm sure if I searched long enough, I could find you a few things.
I don't think you can. I think the only thing that we don't have in large supply here, or cannot make in large supply here, is currently a very specific type of computer chip that Biden allowed to be moved to Taiwan, which is now being moved back under Trump. The production of it is, and at that point, we don't care. I mean, you understand that we teach the Chinese how to make iPhones. I knew the guy who set up the factory to do the iPhones. They couldn't even make them there. They couldn't assemble them until we showed them how.
So
I don't live in fear. I'm not. I don't
Let him
live
respond, Grid. Let him respond.
Well, you say that you don't live in fear, but in the way you're saying we can't trust the government to do anything. So in a way, that's kind of, I'm not using fear. I would say you're living in skepticism of the governments.
Yeah, I'm very skeptical of the government.
The point where I went, fuck, I lost my other point. Shit.
That's an L. That's a fucking L, bro. I gave you the time. I gave you the fucking time to respond, and you lost the point, even though you have the time. Massive fucking L for you, brother.
I know. It's my Rick Perry moment.
Okay, so let's take a deep breath. Let's back up. I've been taking notes as we've been going through the debate. I always do this in every debate.
Awesome.
What we were focused on was the claim. Grid One made the bold claim. No, there actually is not anything resource-wise the United States cannot make for itself. And you were countering with your Wakanda example because you didn't have anything off the top of your head. And we will continue to launch pad from there. Tyler, the floor is yours.
Okay, so I do remember the point. Thank you for the refresher. It was before 2006, before we had shale fracking, we didn't have the means to produce the energy that we consumed in the United States. Our energy consumption relied on that. Until we shale fracked into these hard rocks in Dakota, we didn't have this massive reserve of oil that we have now. We were going out, we were doing it in national oceans at some points. We were also doing it in the Gulf, we were doing it in Alaska. We were trying to find all sorts of ways to supply our energy. Now we have more than enough energy. So you are right that we're getting more to a point that we can self-sustain. But we
were able to do that then. The shale fracking helped. That's what drove the cost of oil down to the point where the OPEC decided that to drop the price of barrel down below $50 for the first time in like 20 years. But the reality is that we were always able to do that. We still sell energy to all over the country, into Canada, into Mexico. If we decided tomorrow, hey, we're just going to turn off the power to Mexico, they turn off the plant down in Texas and half of Mexico go dark. So I don't look. That's a very poor argument, and it's a very bad point because again, we've always had the energy. Do you know that in the Gulf of America, we have not been able to drill there? American companies cannot drill in the Gulf of America. Only foreign countries could drill there. Japan.
If you're going to type, please mute.
Oh, sorry.
Only Japan, UK, Germany, all these other countries could drill there. Now, our people could work on those, but we couldn't own them. And that was stupid. And now I believe that that's been changed. I'm not 100% sure, but I believe that has. So that we have oil rigs off the Gulf of America and off of California. Again, your points are decent, but they're not 100% accurate and well thought
that
out.
is a good counterpoint of the fact that there's a bunch of regulation preventing us from tapping into our full.
Yes, we are on.
That's a fair point. That's a good counter to that. Absolutely. So I concede that one.
Well, then, if we have a concession on this portion of the debate, I'd like to move it over to the next point. And Grid One, I'm going to let you lead on your next point, as you seem to be going from kind of A, B, C, D. I think that that's completely fine to do. Grid, if you have an additional point that you would like to make on isolationism, now would be a great time to do that so you guys can dive into that portion of the debate.
Well, again, I'm not technically an isolationist. I'm a non-interventionalist. I believe that America is great the way it was.
This is so this was a linguistic problem from the mod. I said the word isolation instead of non-intervention. That's whatever your terms are for what you are. We're just going to let that stand. The mod takes the L on that one, but we'll move it back over. What your next point is on non-interventionalism. And we will strike from the record the mod's profound fuck up there. Okay, we'll strike that from the record because after all, as the mod, I am perfect in all ways. And so back to you, Grid One, with your next point on non-interventionalism. Go ahead.
Yes. Again, my next point would be that overall, the United States taxpayer is already being asked to support the world. We give through various funding, aid packages, all of these things. massive sums of money to almost every country on the planet on the back of the American taxpayer. And that has wrecked our economy. And we have to be less intervention. We have to draw back. We need to concentrate on America. We need to concentrate on not subsidizing Germany and the UK and all these other countries who are only allowed to have their socialist programs and free healthcare and all of that sort of thing because we pay for it. And this is why we cannot continue this intervention. Economical, militarily, we need to stop. We simply cannot afford it. And again, the numbers don't lie that our economy cannot.
Give him a chance to respond. Grid, you had a bunch of time to outline the point. Let him respond.
Yep.
Otherwise, you'll get lost in the sauce. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so you're going into the cost again, and there's a couple aspects I didn't get to bring up about this yet. So Trump is demanding all these nations that are closer to the conflict in Ukraine bump it up to 5% of their GDP per spending. He's also saying that the U.S. should not be the first line of defense. We have a giant ocean protecting us. Your boys should be dying on the ground before our boys even set foot in Europe. And to these things that you're talking about, this is something that's being addressed. We're moving this old idea of interventionism that you have in your head to a new phase under Trump, and I'm excited to see it because it really is going to take a lot of the criticisms away from it. I think I could show you some examples, and as well as boots on the ground as well. Like, Trump does not want U.S. soldiers on the ground. That's something with both Gaza and Ukraine that he's stressed. We are not putting U.S. boots on the ground for anything besides training and assistance and guarding our engineering corps. And that's it. They're not fighting. They're not in combat missions. Nothing. So he is hearing you. He hears you, and he's adhering to these policies to make our interventionism in the way it is without giving up ground, like without just stepping back and letting China take over. Like, I'll get to the next one later.
Right. Okay. So, yeah, Trump is doing as much as he can with the existing framework. I agree with you. I just think that what you're condoning, what you're referencing, your policy that you're really like endorsing, it's just doomed to fail. And I don't like to fail. I would prefer to win. The way we win is we concentrate on America. And I'm not saying that not saying we can't. I endorse free trade, endorse tourism, all of that. Sure. But, and again, Trump is working within the Congress. I agree with you. There is a question, and I'm surprised you didn't make this point of, Germany's not allowed to have an army, but they don't really need one, right? But we provide all of, as you've mentioned, all of this defense for everyone else. So when you say that these other European countries are going to, that we're going to be the last boots on the ground, that rings very hollow when they don't even have an army. They don't have ships. They barely have air forces.
They have 100 million more people than us. They're going to need to figure that shit out. And I think in a lot of ways, us telling them we're not going to do this for you anymore, which is what Trump's doing.
Yes, thank you for endorsing my point.
Well, you're right. I agree. You're right about these things. These are good old school critiques of interventionism, but I'm telling you, they're being addressed. And that's why a lot of these arguments are starting to kind of go by the wayside, is because Trump's coming in, looking at your complaints and saying you're right and we're going to fix that. So I'd say the main three critiques are the main three changes this administration is making to our interventionist strategy. And it really is, if it works out in the way he wants, then I think it'll be, I just don't see us giving up our footing on the world stage to focus on our country a better plan in the long run, because again, China will then control the world trade. China will then control, if we don't do what they like, if we don't adhere to their human rights, which are non-existent, let's say they say we have to put communism in place, and we say no, and again, they sanction us. We go into our isolationist tunnel. We might be able to keep ourselves safe for a while, but we don't have any friends on the world stage. We have 7 trillion people versus 4% of the world's population crammed in a little ball and losing. Oh, you're muted.
That's another L for me. So, gentlemen, there's never a great time to end a debate.
I know.
Right? There's never a great time to end it. Somebody always feels like they got screwed over, but we're going to end it here, and here's why. First, Grid, you're going to send me the link so that I can get it out to the Discord. We can get some callers in here to ask you guys a various amount of questions because they're really, really going to want to do that.
Perfect.
So I got the link here. I'm going to get it over to Mr. Enigmatic.
Yeah, you
while
have
while we dive into the closing statements here. Now, the reason I ended it with Tyler is because Grid 1, I'm going to give you the first close, and you can dive through your closing, and then we'll move over to Tyler. He gets the last word. That was how we had the debate set up. Grid 1, go ahead with your closing statement when you're ready.
Yeah, sure. So I really, of all the points that have been raised tonight, the economic, military, cultural, I don't think that, honestly, Tyler, you didn't sway me on any of them. I know that was your goal, was to try and sway me, but to be honest with you, you've only actually made me only more resolute. To be honest with you, missionaries teaching the word of God should be the only ones out, bringing people out of huts and out of mud buildings. And they're good at it. The U.S. Army is not. So you shouldn't be doing that. And we shouldn't be spending taxpayer dollars to do so. As the economic policies, you firmly believe that China could perform this mass takeover of the world, and perhaps that's true. They say the same thing about us, and this is why we have these silly wars and stuff that where a bunch of people get killed. Not that I'm against war is necessary, but stupid wars are stupid. And lastly, culturally, economically, we are way better off keeping all of our money in the country, or as much as possible, right? And again, trade is great, all of that. We can enrich ourselves. The American taxpayer is not the world's piggy bank, and it has become that, and it needs to stop. And it's done through this idea of globalism, which includes the interventionist policies that you so elegantly endorse. And I really don't have much of a closing beyond that. You didn't move the needle for me one way or the other. I know you wanted to, and I read all your stuff, but no, sorry.
Well, stupid wars are stupid, and redundancy is redundant. And with that, Tyler, with your closing statement, please, I'd appreciate it very much.
Absolutely. So we both agree America's the best. We both agree we have a great system. What we are disagreeing on is how to handle it. And as I was saying with those missionaries, they have some downsides, some horror stories. You can look up some bad things that happened with them as well. They didn't have certain medical procedures and people died of diseases and such like that. But at the end of the day, they did a massive good and made the world a better place. Looking at modern U.S. wars, we're fighting with drones and technology now. We're not seeing troops die almost ever at the rate that we were even 20 years ago. We're moving past a phase where some of these modern and fair and good critiques of interventionism are kind of going out the window. And you got to spend money to make money. I know he agrees with free trade. He said it multiple times. But if we don't preserve free trade, like it doesn't just happen on its own. We can look at San Francisco and see what happens if you don't police criminals. Criminals are going to start looting everything, and it's going to completely destroy trade. So culturally as well, we touched on that. I would say China is not a good actor. And if you look at that, look at who they endorse. They endorse Iran. They endorse Hamas. They've been giving them money, selling them weapons. And if you look at what Hamas did with these hostages, they strangled a 9-month-old baby, paraded it through the streets to people cheering at the coffins. Like, we got in shit because we waterboarded some fucking literal terrorists. We waterboarded literal terrorists, and it was the biggest fucking deal in the world. And these people are dragging children's coffins through the streets, and we're like, yeah, I'm fine with them controlling their, let them have more power, let them grow. I don't want evil to spread, and I think evil needs to be smited down and pushed back upon. And we not only have the means to do it, but it makes the world a better place. Oh, you muted again.
He may be talking to his own
chat.
chat.
I think he's talking to his stream.
No, I wasn't. I just fucked a bunch of stuff up. So hang on, I'm unfucking it here. Okay, now I'm all unfucked on this side. Okay, Gentlemen, before we get over to the callers, right? There's a couple things that we always have to do as we close the debate, which is one, a bunch of new people joined, which means you got to shill again very quickly, though. Very quickly. Shill your channels. Do it. Hurry up, Grid One. Shill your channel, Grid One.
Unreasonable man, come on over. Give us money. I accept all of it.
Okay. Tyler?
Yep. Average debate enjoyer, former Democrat, and I just really love politics. So come check me out.
Okay, great. I appreciate that very much. Now, guys, before we get over to the callers, and I'm sure they're stacking up in the queue in the background, I did take a bunch of notes as the debate was going. I always do this, and I have just a single question for each of you, so we don't take too much time away from the callers. The first one is for you, Grid. I'm going to beat up on you first. It did appear as though throughout the course of the debate, you did make concessions that Trump was intervening and it was working. Like, you really did seem like you made some concessions on those points. I would like to ask you how you exactly tie that in with your non-interventionalist policy, considering that you kind of seem to be supporting Trump's interventions here. So how do you square that exactly?
It's the best he can do at this point. I mean, unfortunately, we're not there. It would be, he's, in my observation is that Trump wants to pull back. He wants to get us out of these wars. He wants to get us out of supporting these other countries and sending them money. But unfortunately, it's not a monarchy. He's not a king. He can't just say this is the way it's going to be and it happened. He has to do things. And right now he's fighting literally everything he does. If the left doesn't agree with it, they tie it up in court, and it's just a terrible, terrible sort of thing for him. And unfortunately, that is the way it has. I mean, fortunately and unfortunately, that's the way it has to be. Fortunately, because that's the rule of law.
I'm going to push a little bit here. I'm completely unsatisfied with this answer.
Okay.
I don't feel like you actually reconciled your non-interventionalist belief with also the fact that you seem to be supporting Trump's various interventions almost in every example which was given by your opponent. I didn't really actually hear you
doing a
swear
reduction in intervention, though. So I if he was increasing, I would be unhappy, but he's reducing, so I'm happy.
Okay, so then essentially your answer to this is, well, Andrew, yes, there's intervention going on that I support, but it seems like it's going the direction of non-intervention.
Yeah.
Okay, but your opponent was saying, well, the intervention itself is not a problem, just the way in which it's done. And Trump seems to be addressing the way in which intervention is done, and it must be good because you, Grid One, agree with it.
Logically, that would be true, and it is true. And I don't have any other reconciliation for it. I think I would love for it to be none. Unfortunately, it is what it is, and I can't change that. But I accept that what Trump is doing is a move in the right direction.
Okay, and then my question for you, Tyler, you don't get off easily at all. It seems as though you agreed almost point by point every single time Grid gave you an example of where an intervention went wrong. You seem to not have an answer. And further, when it came to the principle of the United States producing its own goods, you actually never did give us an answer on which good they couldn't do that with. And I saw you over there in a panic, Googling away, trying to find one desperately, but you never did give him the answer. And so I would like both of those things to be addressed. Why is it that you seem to seemingly agree almost point by point that Grid is correct, that these interventionist policies haven't worked? And what is this great resource in your mind that the United States can't produce on its own? Can you please answer those questions?
For the second one, I didn't prepare that. I did a ton of notes. I sent them to him. That just is an oversight for me not to have that ready, and I kind of got my ass kicked on.
That's an L, bro. That's a big fat fucking L, and you're still not giving it to us. You're still not telling us what it is.
All I can do is be honest with you. I was an oversight in my lack of preparation. Lex Luthor would be disappointed in me.
Okay, and then you did go point by point and mostly seem to agree about these foreign policy debacles, kind of ceding a lot of ground to Grid One's argument here. Can you reconcile that for this audience?
Yeah, I could go into Libya, Egypt in particular. All we did was go in there, back a coup, let them put in whoever they want. They ended up putting in the Muslim Brotherhood and extremists in both countries. Egypt, thankfully, had its own coup. Libya, we kind of had it's kind of a shithole still. There's a bunch of instances where we didn't complete the job. It has to be, and I can go into this if anyone wants to actually hear the long form of it, but there's steps that have to be done, and it has to be a multi-generational project. It can't just be something we swap out another guy and we're all good to go, because that's not working right now in Syria for the Turks and Qatar either.
Okay, one last quick question for both of you. It's the same question for each. Tyler, I'm going to pick on grid one first, which will give you a chance to panically Google your answer.
Google.
Grid, Tyler seemed to often bring up the fact that it's good for us. It's good for America. These are resources which we get, things like this, seemingly not caring about the potential exploitation of other nations. What about the moral implications here, Grid? Is there some moral ought that we're not supposed to, go into third world nations and destroy them for United States interest for the purposes of gathering the resources so that fat ladies can get their double shot of espresso?
He did send me his notes, so I knew that he wasn't going to make any moral claims, and so I didn't want to go after him on that. I can only say that morally, I find it reprehensible when people do take advantage of people living in mud huts. And obviously that's portrayed vigorously in various forms of media. I didn't feel a need to slam him over the head with that.
And then over to you, Tyler, is essentially the same question to you, right? Is there some sort, am I being a leftist here? Am I a leftist when I say that there's some moral imperative to not exploit other nations for the purposes of our own ill-gotten gain? Am I just on the left-wing fringe on this?
Well, I would say if we're bringing them capitalism and Western liberalism, if you consider that exploitation, then you might be delving a little bit into it. But there have been instances in the past where we took advantage of their inability to negotiate properly or have leverage, where we might have taken a little too much from them. So I would say that you're kind of in a realistic realm as well. And morally, I don't think the responsibilities of being good, right, and a man that protects the weak around him, I don't think borders matter.
What?
In that regard, I don't think my responsibility as a man to protect the weak, like if I'm in Italy and I see somebody in Italy get mugged, I'm going to stand up for that woman. I don't care if she's an American. That's a human being that's weak and in need. And
yeah,
I mean, nationalities don't matter.
Yeah. Thank you.
But that seems contradictory to your position of, well, it's good for us, even if it's at the expense of them. That actually seems to contradict your own position, doesn't it?
I don't think it's at the expense of them so much. If you make these nations mini Americas, you're making them as great as we are. They're going to be a reliable trade partner. They're not going to rely on us. We're not going to need to give them foreign aid anymore. They're not going to be sending us refugees anymore. We're going to be able to get more educated workers out of them for sectors that we need, things of that nature. I think that we are better off. And that's why the USAID was going into these countries and funding schools so that we could import people to come work these more high-end skilled jobs that we have now in the United States.
I see. Well, thank you for the clarification. That actually makes more sense than the multinational simping that I thought you were going with to begin with. Anyway, Grid, I'm sure there's callers stacked up on the end who want to get in. My suggestion, so
back already.
Let me explain.
Just sending them over one at a time.
Yeah. Let me explain the call-in section to both of you. So the callers are going to come in. They're going to direct a question to one of you. Okay, give that person the opportunity to respond. There's still going to be a little cross back and forth debate. Both of you guys probably going to talk a little shit to each other as the callers are coming through. That's completely okay. But the rule is only one caller at a time. I'll tell you when to toss them. It's going to be very quick, very brief, so that we can have these exchanges and get to as many as we possibly can. First caller, please, Grid, go ahead and pull them up.
Welcome, Matt.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me all right?
We can hear you, Matt. Go ahead very quickly with your question and who it's directed towards.
So my question is for Grid 1. I had a question on how, so you think that intervention across the board is just not good and we should not participate in that at all?
It depends on what you mean by intervention.
Getting involved militarily with any country.
Yeah, I think that's a bad thing. I think it's not paid off for us since World War II. And we did everything we could to stay out of World War II.
Okay, next caller, please. Sorry, if there's a delay, we're having audio issues, something like that, just move to the next caller. We don't want to waste
I don't
anybody's
have
time.
anybody in the back right now.
Okay, there will be callers who stack up in the back. Got to give it a second here. I don't know what exactly happened with Matt's call, but there will be callers who stack in. I think that his question was directed towards you, Grid, asking, do you believe in just no intervention? And then kind of what are the case uses where you do?
I actually do kind of not believe in no intervention unless if we were doing trade and say, all right, if we were if we were doing
do you see this fuckhead? Do you see this fuckhead? I'm gonna do the Brady Bunch saying, you fuckhead. That's
funny. So, if we're doing trade with like Algiers or something, and one of our an American ship gets attacked, then we go defend. We should send people over to take care of that. But if an Italian ship gets attacked, then no, we should not get involved in that. That's between Italy and Algiers, right? So that's kind of my limit where the military should be involved.
Okay. Jim Bob asked, he sent in a super chat on this side. He said, question for the panel and you. What is the symmetry breaker between intervention at the individual level, domestic, and intervention at the collective level, foreign? Isn't a foreign nation just a large-scale individual?
I actually love that question because, in New York or many other states, if you get involved, if you insert yourself in a fight between two people, you go to jail. That's against the law. And the same thing with this
is a pretty meta answer, right? So like, what's the actual answer? I know, like I get it. Stalling a little bit for time, trying to figure out how to answer it correct. What's the answer, Grid? I'll repeat the question. Hang on.
Yeah, go ahead.
What is the symmetry breaker between intervention at the individual level, domestic, and intervention at the collective level, foreign? Isn't a foreign nation just a large-scale individual?
Yeah, for me, personal harm, I guess.
You don't know?
Yeah, just harm.
What does that mean?
What he's doing, if a country's doing harm to my subject, to myself or my subjects, then yeah, that would be it.
So it's like a harm principle for when to intervene. So if we're looking at these as men, like let's say Australia is a man, a really weak man who's very feminine, against the United States, who's a man who obviously is big and buff and strong and a fucking Giga Chad. You're saying that Australia basically has to do something to aggress against you before you consider this to be intervention, before intervention would be a requirement.
Yeah. I wouldn't just go, piss on Australia's Wheaties or anything.
I see. Well, the greater implication here is like, what if Australia though is slapping around a woman, right? Like if Australia is smacking around, let's say, I don't know. Let's pick on like Papua New Guinea, right? It's slapping its bitch around, right? It goes over to Papua New Guinea. And it's giving him a black eye, It's walking. It's like, look, bitch, I'm tired of your shit, and it starts giving him the old 1-2, right? Does the big buff burly Chad United States step in and tell this kind of feminine man what's what here, Grid?
I don't. That's a good one. I think that I probably would, but that's just my nature.
That sounds very interventionalist.
I know.
It sounds very okay. So Tyler, over to you. The same question. What is the symmetry breaker between intervention at the individual level, domestic, and intervention at the collective level, foreign? Isn't a foreign nation just a large-scale individual?
When you're saying domestic, are you implying the United States?
Or no, domestic just means at the individual level. Right. Okay. So you're a person. I'm a person. Grid's a person. We agree with that. Right.
Yeah.
If we are to look at nations as being one person comprised of individuals. Right. What would be the symmetry breaker? And isn't it true that basically that's what nations are, is a scaled up individual
I mean, you can make that comparison in certain ways, and it would be fair. But I think that what you're looking at there, the symmetry breaker, would be jurisdiction and laws or whatever of the nation itself. Like you're looking at like within the jurisdiction of a nation, those should be handled by the nation itself. Absolutely. But when you have conflicts between nations, there needs to be some sort of arbiter on the world stage to uphold, in the spirit of a Blacksonian legal system, the neutral, blind representation of justice needs to be there to uphold that. So I think on a national level, that's where that type of interventionism comes in, because China isn't subject to our laws, as I was saying earlier. They can just ignore all of our copyright laws and steal $500 billion worth of IP. So that is where you need this interventionism to step in to take the place with jurisdiction.
Well, if it is the case, as we know, Jake Rattlesnake is the official king of Australia, though I feel like he usurped his brother's rightful role. He is trying and attempting to make his nation more masculine, but at the moment, it's some type of mixture between an abused orphan and a potential 16-year-old prostitute. If it is the case that somebody comes in, though, and begins to smack this prostitute around, perhaps a Chinese pimp, should we step in on behalf and do something about that? Do we have some moral obligation to do so?
Yes, but the practical of it is yes if they don't have a nuke. That's really at the end of the day. If they're not a nuclear armed state, then yes, we have to and do often. Just because, again, I don't think the responsibility for the strong to protect the weak is something that doesn't just end with what nation were you born in. I think I'm a man, and my responsibility is to protect a woman in need, no matter if I'm in Tibet or wherever. I feel as though the obligation for me to push my worldview doesn't stop just because I stepped out of my state or my country.
Got it. Okay. Grid, you have some callers in the background now?
I do. I got one. Yep.
Go ahead and pull them
Welcome, Casimir.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Kaz, what's up, man? How you doing?
Hey, doing fine.
Always happy to see you. Go ahead with your question.
Okay, I have one question to, I guess, Grid Motorsport first.
Sure.
You're against intervention. Are you in favor of letters of marque? Let's say there are some pirates.
Yes. Yes, I mentioned earlier that I am absolutely okay, and our founding fathers were too, with NGOs and letters of marque and all of that. Hire soldiers for hire, perfectly fine.
Okay, so not against all intervention, just against government intervention.
Yeah,
very
government,
based.
yeah.
Very based.
Yeah. Well, Kaz, from your view, right? Those are privateers, though. The government didn't directly intervene, but rather just gave incentives for private people to intervene, right?
Yeah, the government basically stepped out of the way and said, "We will not prosecute you by fraudulent rules against mercenary action."
Yeah. So and also we'll pay you, right? And
Yes.
also we'll pay you.
Tax breaks, tax refunds.
Yes. Which makes sense. Okay. Go ahead with your next question. Tyler had to step away for just a second. We had one more for Grid. Go ahead.
Okay. Ask Tyler this question when he comes back.
No, you can ask him. Ask Grid a question until he does.
USAID, he said that we're funding schools in other countries through USAID. That's interesting. And those schools are supposed to be positive. My question is, in the past decade, were the schools being funded capitalist schools or communist schools?
Who's that for? Tyler.
So I don't like this definition of communism. I don't think anytime the state funds something, it's communism.
No, I meant
He didn't say that though.
Were they teaching communism or were they teaching capitalism?
I'm sorry, I missed the first. I was letting my dogs out really quick. I missed the first.
Sure. So you said USAID is funding foreign schools, which is a good thing because it supposedly brings capitalism to them. But aren't those schools Marxist and communist?
Okay, so that's a little complicated. I don't think we actually see the inception of the neo-Marxism that I was talking about until you start to get to the higher college level. You start to get into critical race theory and things like that. I don't see that at the education level.
You're being very evasive, Tyler.
I'd say no. I'm saying no. I don't think we see
No,
that.
so USA did not unveil a bunch of DEI style programs and LGBT style programs
I
in
mean,
those
some,
schools?
but those are like a minor. The type of neo-Marxism. You ever listen to James Lindsay?
Yes.
Yes.
The type of neo-Marxism I'm talking about is like what the fuck is that guy's name out of Brazil? The teacher out of Brazil.
Yeah, but his point was that even if you don't agree with his definition of communism, his point is that the Elon Musk had, part of the Trump administration unveiled that you said was sending over tons of foreign aid for the purposes of DEI, for the purposes of things which you would consider on at least the road to Marxism.
Absolutely, yeah, that's
right. Like there's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. So maybe you can respond to Kaz's question through that prism.
Yeah. I'm trying to. Yeah, my bad. Thank you for clarifying that a bit better. I would say that at the end of the day, those are still good schools, even if you disagree with those policies, man. Like at the end of the day, like yes, DEI sucks. It's stupid in most cases. There's very few private companies that got it right, absolutely. But they're still teaching them math. They're still teaching them science. They're still teaching them computer coding languages. They're still teaching them necessary skills to when they come over here, they're going to prosper in the
fucking market. Hate you, Tyler. I hate you, Tyler. I can't believe that's your fucking answer, Tyler. I can't fucking believe that's your answer, Tyler. How is that your fucking answer, Tyler?
Because I don't think the DEI is that it's bad. I don't like it. I just don't think it's that big of a threat. It's like the last echo of like reverse racism.
Millions of dollars, Tyler. Millions of dollars to public schools in foreign nations to teach this fucking poison.
This is the fourth echo, though, of reverse racism or an eye for an eye racism we've seen in like 100 years. And this one is the most institutionalized and the least grassroots. This is being pushed from the top down, and it was widely rejected by the people. It's showing that it's failing.
Yeah, by the way, the mod can participate during the call-in section. I don't know if I told you guys that or not, but I've always done Crucible debates that way. I can definitely participate. Tyler, I officially hate you. Kaz, go ahead if you have more questions.
No, just the last statement. Grok, I need an image of Ghibli Tyler getting bonked by Ghibli Doge.
No, I'm agreeing. The DEI isn't good.
We're gonna have to have him on the show at some point.
Kaz, I love you, man. Where you been?
Over on Fabian Liberty.
I'm busy.
He's the most fantastic libertarian debater on planet Earth, in my opinion. Kaz, thank you so much for your call in. You have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
You have any other callers back there, Grid?
I had a couple who said they were coming in, but no, I don't have anybody.
Okay, really, Tyler? Really?
I just don't think it's that, but like if you look at previous attempts at this whole eye for an eye racism thing, like in the 90s, it hit way fucking harder and it was a lot more people. They're getting rejected at the ballot box, man. You look at the trend of white voters right now, it's like everyone but white women is fucking leaning hard Republican. People are rejecting this shit hard. It's not, DEI is not working in the same way that like reverse racism did in the 90s. It's like a last dying.
I hate you so much, bro. Tim Hale, go ahead when you're ready. You're muted,
sir.
You may, so you're not muted on this end of the program. It's possible that you need to go down and click your mic setting and then switch over to your actual mic. You'll see it down. If you look at the mute right next to it, there's a little arrow and you'll be able to click that little arrow and then select your microphone.
He's done this before.
Grid,
Tyler.
Grid, I am trying to help and assist this gentleman to ask his very important question to scumbag Tyler over here, who I'm now completely biased against.
That's like deport Tyler.
I get it a lot. I really don't think most shit today is that big of a deal. So
yeah, he'll come back. He'll come back. I will always give you a fair debate, Tyler, and I'll always be a fair debate moderator no matter what. But I just really hate you so much. I just can't even take it. I just it's painful for me how badly.
How's that?
Tim, you're live. How's it going? I don't know about the haircut, but other than that, you seem like a nice guy. Go.
Tim Hale's one of my favorite people.
Yeah, go ahead, Tim, when you're ready.
Well, first off, I hope my mic's actually working better than
it's working good. Yeah.
All right. Well, this actually, I guess, is more so for. See, I agree with interventionism. I wish Tyler would make less gay arguments. But as for Grid, my question, Grid, I heard you say earlier that really since World War II, interventionism hasn't worked. Why do you think that is? Why did interventionism help us get states like Texas, Florida, Hawaii, and really help us grow from a tiny republic to a massive empire? What magically changed
That
to
was
make
an intervention.
interventionism not work?
That was an intervention. That was seizure. But,
it's not intervention.
Well, I mean, Grid, to the spirit of his question, which I would like you to answer,
Sure.
There was European intervention on behalf of the United States, even against nations which did not declare war against us, right? We were already moving into trading with various nations, which I've heard arguments for the Trading with the Enemies Act we weren't supposed to be doing. So the thing is like, I think that there's a good standard here for him to make the case that there was intervention which was going on even before there was the aggression of war. And that's what I think he's trying to get you to answer to.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I mean, and I guess I was a little flippant, but when we were exploring areas of our landmass that were not attached to, or were not part of our nation as yet, people were doing that on their own. We didn't have a U.S. Army at the time seizing Texas. Matter of fact, Texas was won by the volunteers from the great state of Tennessee, and you remember the Alamo. So while I enjoy your witty question, it's not accurate, and I would prefer I like accuracy. If you're going to push me to specific examples, I'll push right back. The same thing. And we bought Louisiana and the Louisiana Purchase. That's non-interventionism. We paid cash money. Same, when we did, if you want to, and it's a fair representation to say that we removed natives as needed from areas in the Western United States.
It was a removal. Yeah, it's like, okay, Tim.
We relocated them.
Give Tim a chance to respond here, Grid. You went on for a bit. He didn't really get a chance to flesh his position out. Go ahead, Tim. When you're ready.
I would just say it's a jaundiced account of American history. I appreciate the effort.
It's a jaundiced account.
I appreciate the attempt, Grid. I would say look at how I think there's a little more going on behind the scenes than it wasn't really us. But I would love to debate you on this, Grid, because I've tried
history, though.
I've tried to bring you to the dark side myself.
Barbary Pirates is one of my favorite examples of how
you don't have a great Palpatine voice. You fail. Anyway, go ahead, Grid. I'm sorry.
Oh, the Barbary Pirates is one of the first examples where we were really kind of being interventionist, and we destroyed the caliphate. Which, as far as I know, they never really got another one of those yet.
I think I'll just say this on my way to fucking off. I think that when it comes to this debate, I don't think it's a real binary. And I've told you, Grid. I think that, and I know you say you're non-interventionist, not isolationist, but there's a time and a place for everything, right? There's a time for peace and a time for war. The banana wars are an example, whether you think they were morally right or not, when the United States used its influence before the world wars to extend its hegemonic power and influence through Latin America. I think there are always times when empires think that it's in their interest to extend their power and control. But I'd love to continue this discussion with you again.
Let Grid respond.
Oh no,
criticism.
I'm happy to debate you on that, Tim. Anytime.
Well, yeah, but Grid, can you respond to the criticism?
Which question exactly? He would.
Yeah. So
which question?
Go ahead, Tim. You can restate it.
Yeah, I would say that you can look throughout the entirety of American history, and if you can even cut it off right to before World War I, you still had American interventions, especially in Latin America, interventions in China, and this is what all nations do when they become powerful and they become empires, whether you like the word empire or not. Mm-hmm. And so I think that it's a false binary between being interventionist or non-interventionist. I think, Grid, and I tried to tell you this the other day, I think the better argument is It's better to be interventionist for American interests rather than globalist interests. Well, hold on, Tyler. Let's not get out of ourselves there, young man. I don't think we need to be intervening to promote butt sex in Pakistan or whatever. You know.
Hey, I gave that concession up way earlier.
Okay, but Tim, isn't this sort of a bad faith representation here? Because while it is true they're arguing versus intervention versus non-intervention, both had a lot of nuance to their positions, including Tyler, who argued for intervention, but also said, look, clearly there's a lot of problems here which need to be addressed. It appears that Trump is addressing many of those problems with an interventionist policy. To Grid, who says it's not that every single time we intervene on the nation's behalf that's bad, but generally we should pose a non-interventionist policy. Aren't you kind of eliminating the nuance yourself and coming in somewhat bad faith by claiming that there's some sort of false dichotomy, even though both were arguing from a nuanced position to begin with?
100%, and I'm an asshole.
He is. He is. His name's actually Tim Asshole Hale. You didn't know that.
I'll take it, Tim. I'll take it. Anyway, you have a wonderful evening.
Love you, Tim. You're a good guy.
Keep in touch with yourselves, gentlemen.
A jaundiced position. Get the fuck out of here. Get out of here, Tim. I'm sick of you, Tim. Get out of here. Worthless fucking bastard.
Next up needs no introduction. Wicked Wally. Good to see you, sir.
Good to see you, Grid.
Wally, before we get into this, right?
How's it going, Andrew? Long time no see.
Can we talk about a gentleman named Happy Jack?
What about Happy Jack?
Okay, do you know what famous movie is Happy Jack from? And why do you share his haircut? Why do you share
the back is fine. I shortened it, but the back is fine.
You share Jack? Yeah, the back. Okay, that's a redeemer. Hang on, move it back so everybody can see it. There we go. Okay. All right. It's
purely a side shave. That's all it is.
It's not as Happy Jack as I thought. Go ahead with your question whenever you're ready, Wally.
So my question for Tyler, so this is my first meeting with him, so of course he's the one I got a problem with.
Hang on. I took a massive L. It's not Happy Jack. Simple Jack. Fucking L, Andrew. How did I fuck that up? How did I fuck that up?
I was gonna think, I'm like, are you talking about Tropic Thunder? I don't think you could make that retarded of a mistake, Andrew. Come on.
You know, the problem is
L tonight.
The problem is Rachel has not brought you enough of that.
No, I think she's brought too much. Hector was like, let's have a shot.
After Halsey, you probably needed it. After Halsey, you probably needed all of it.
Well, Halsey just essentially agreed with me. When we got into some historical particulars, I thought that he did really well in that aspect. But ultimately, he just ended up agreeing with me, so who gives a shit? Wally.
By the way, that's quick. An hour-long debate. That's amazing.
Yeah, can you get to your fucking question, Wally? With all this,
I was trying. Right. Are you done screwing up Tropic Thunder references? Okay. Right. Now, so Tyler, you said it to Grid, which I found interesting. You said you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater on intervention. So at what point, whether you are doing or receiving the intervention, do you cut and run? So like, for example, if I'm going on vacation and I need my garden watered, my neighbor Bob volunteers to help. And I say to myself, you know, it probably is better to accept his help than not. So I'll roll with this. I come back a week later.
Turn your fucking mic down, Wally. Holy shit, it's ear-splittingly loud.
I have a powerful voice.
Grid, just you see the little bars next to his mic?
Yeah,
I think you can just click it and turn it down a little bit.
There you go. I got it.
All right. There you go, Wally. Sorry, bro.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So I come back from my vacation, Tyler, and my plants are watered, but my garage has been vandalized, my living room window's broken, and stuff has been stolen. I go to Bob, and he says, yeah, sorry, man, I took care of the plants, but I fucked up on the protecting the property and doing anything. I didn't see nothing. Like, fair enough. A month later, I got to go on vacation again, and I need my plants watered. Bob volunteers, and I say, you know what? Some other shit happened, but maybe I should still have my plants watered. So I go, I come back. This time I come home and there's an active fire in my kitchen and my wife and son have been kidnapped. At what point do I say no more, Bob is fucked up and Bob doesn't get to help me anymore?
Unmute, please.
I
Tyler.
get what you're saying, and you're basically asking at what point do these nations basically give us the finger and we tell them "fuck you" back? And a lot of the times we're in there with our boots on the ground doing this.
Tyler, no, Tyler, I'm not going to let you reframe.
Um,
So hang on. Specifically, Wicked Wally, I get that you were making an analogy, but ask the question very precisely so that we allow no evasion here.
So whether it's us or the country we're intervening in, at what point is there a threshold you would say that we decide, you know what, fishing ain't working, we're going to cut bait and move on?
I think Afghanistan was a good example of that. Like, we were there for almost 20 years, and by the end of it, they were saying they'd rather have Saudi Arabia taking over their country and be more like them. I'd say that's a complete example of a failure. I would blame it more on policy, but regardless of how we got to that failure, right then in the polling of the nation of them, just majority of the country wanted us out, majority of the government wanted us out, and we gave them 20 years. It's time to fucking go. And it's pretty clear when it's time to go, when you're being resisted by the majority of the country long after they've already accepted you at one point. Like with Japan, for the first few years, first couple of decades, they didn't want us there. But once they actually accepted us, that never changed. Afghanistan accepted us and then changed their mind. That to me shows that they saw what was in front of them, made up a decision and told us to get the fuck out, and then it's time to go.
Yeah, because there were tribal conflicts we didn't bother to understand before we even went in and tried to put one boot over an entire situation. Same with Iraq. It's just not tenable eventually. And see, the problem with your position is that if you were advocating for interventionism that led to imperialism, it would at least make some sense because conquest has a benefit. What you're putting us in from an intervention perspective is going, you know what? I got the money to afford the fancy department store across the street, but I'm going to go to Rent-A-Center instead and buy and get everything there. And so you're just sinking cost after cost, hoping, well, maybe we get some sort of benefit. Eventually, I own this couch.
You are correct. It would be cheaper, but it wouldn't comport with our liberal principles as an American nation as well. We got to find a way to work in the confines of those principles. Otherwise, we're just as bad as the other guys. So we have to do it in a way that might not be economically profitable up front, but in the long run, it's pretty shown to
maybe
get off.
But that's the thing. It's a maybe. We've gotten no benefit from some of these and not guaranteed anything elsewhere. So it's a maybe.
It is a maybe. Yeah, you're right.
All right. We got three in the back. While you got to go.
That covers it. Thank you all very much. Andrew, great. Good to see you. Tyler, nice to meet you by fighting you.
Wally.
Question.
Fuck you. Let it. What the fuck, Grid? What the fuck?
Sorry,
You
man,
just
you had to go.
yells for to talk shit, you fucking dick.
Oh, he's still there.
Chairman of the board. Nice to see you this evening. Go ahead with your question.
Yeah, so yeah, you already touched on Tyler. This is for Tyler, the neocon. So the Afghanistan, we did 20 years where we ran the Taliban out and then paid billions of dollars, like it was ridiculous, and then replaced them with the Taliban. Right. And that's just one example, right? You tried to treat that like an outlier, but that's not an outlier. Right? The United States hasn't done hegemony properly since James K. Polk and Manifest Destiny, right? We haven't held on to anything that we've taken. Why are we even pretending like we're still capable of being in this business of running the world? And it's ridiculous. Like, it just address the fact that we haven't really held on to our possessions, even though we have 170 military bases around the world. Like, explain that to me.
I just kind of did to the last guy. We can't, as the worldview we have does not allow us to go in and conquer other nations. It doesn't work that way. They have to come to the table with free enterprise and free will, and we can show them the way. We can give them some incentive, and if we structure it smart, we can get more back out of it. Now, Afghanistan,
free will over the barrel of a gun.
I'm not saying it's an outlier. It's a flat out failure. You're right. It's shit. And a lot of it had to do with we had to get into the weeds and see the changing administrations and the changing public sentiment and how one person's plans while in office undermined the previous plans that were in office. And it was a fucking quagmire. Absolutely, completely. There needs to be more of a long-term plan there that can't be stepped in on by the next president that just decides not to go that way. I agree with you on that, and that's a conflict with their system. But
it just seems like that we don't have the cohesive culture and political will anymore to actually take land and hold it, which is the only reason why you would invade another country and fight another war that wasn't a war of defense. Like all interventionism is war of offense, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so if you're going to fight an offensive war and just give up the land, what's the freaking point?
Well, it's not always. There's what's the word? Soft and hard, or soft and hard is it's passive and aggressive. Like you could put a military into Ukraine hypothetically. I'm not advocating we do this, but you could put a military into Ukraine to act as a form of deterrence where you're not actually using them for combat. It's more of like a fuck around and find out measure where you're just rattling sabers. And that would be a way. And there's also all sorts of economic intervention. You could reward people for making good choices as well. And that's a form of intervention that we do too. With Russia, for instance, when Ukraine went to war with Russia, when South Africa continued to buy their wheat and oil, we punished them for just buying sanctioned things. Because we have this power over them, we were able to make our sanctions tougher. We punished Africa. Africa eventually got on board with our sanctions, and it hurt Russia more. That is the benefit of having this.
And that almost drove Saudi Arabia to not use the dollar as the oil currency anymore. And so what I'm saying is that all kinds of unintended consequences to interventionism that you people on the neocon side don't even think about.
I would argue that Biden's pariahing of Saudi Arabia in his campaigning and first year in his administration probably did more to isolate them as our ally than anything we did on the world stage. He pretty much fucked them over, stopped selling them weapons, took the Houthis off the terror watch list, put a bunch of restrictions on them attacking Yemen. He screwed them over and pissed them off. And you could see it. Blinken went over there like 12 times to advocate to get more oil out of them. And each time they told him to piss off with his hat in his hand. Every fucking time. So I would say Biden's administration probably facilitated that ostracization of Saudi Arabia more than anything.
All right.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, he had a bunch of back and forth. We have some other callers in the back. Chairman of the board, I appreciate your call in. I hope you have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Grid. Thank you, Neocon.
Neoliberal. Thank you for the question, though.
That's even.
You got to say it and then move on. Andrew has taught me well.
What's up, Ivan? How you doing tonight, my friend?
Hello, gentlemen. Good evening.
Treating you. Go ahead with your question and who it's for.
This is mainly for Tyler.
Tyler getting beat up on tonight. Tyler getting beat up on. Go ahead, Ivan.
If you want to create these mini Americas, okay, all over the globe, wouldn't you say that right now America is the most powerful in military and economic status right now, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So why would you want to have these other places in the globe also rise to the economic status and then also be able to rise in power, military power? And then what will we have to defend ourselves, if they decide to want to be the world cop, the world police as well? What do we do at that point?
I kind of mentioned that earlier, where all these rules go out the window if your country has a nuke. So a lot of what we're doing with our allied nations, with the way we treat China specifically, we're doing it so that Japan and South Korea do not nuclearize. We're doing a lot of giving them concessions and going against China in certain ways to ensure that more nations don't build a nuke. So we're letting them militarize, we're letting them build up, we're letting them have a stronger economy, and not letting them, we're showing them the way to do these things. But we're not going to allow nations to cross that step where they enter into the big boy realm of having a nuke that could take out a large part of the world. And that's part of our deal.
So do you think it's possible that the United States will be able to survey every inch, every quarter, and even things that happen underground? Because we all know that, people are willing to do things for money. So if money is growing and moving in an economy, who's to say that they won't do some sort of secret operation?
They actually have. And Iran's a great
Right.
example of what you're saying, and the fact that we can't be in the region to oversee Iran is a big problem. So it's great to have Israel in the region. They go in almost once a year. They blow up fucking nuclear facilities. They kill scientists. They blow up air defense. Right now, Iran is completely crippled with their air defense because of what Israel did to them over the last year.
Yeah, but they
Right,
also unleashed Stuxnet, right? Along with in a collaboration with the United States, which is the most deadly and dangerous computer virus known to man, in order to do this foreign interventionism for the nuclear subterfuge or the nuclear centrifuges, right? So, like that also, there's some downsides here, isn't there?
Wasn't that like a decade ago that you're talking? I think I know exactly.
It's
what you're talking
still
about.
the most dangerous
I'm
open
just
source
trying to-
virus known to man. At least that's the record that's given to us and the accounting given to us by the United States government. So, like, to his point, while it is true that you want to do nuclear oversight, isn't it also true that with these overreaches, we would not have Iran at the cutting edge of kind of the counter tech when it comes to these viruses, except that we sent over this massive virus to their nation, right?
That would absolutely, yeah. Once you use one thing against them, they're going to build countermeasures, which is why Israel now, I want to say about a year ago, after the massive drone strikes Iran did to Israel, Israel used weapons that Iran wasn't even aware that they had yet. And he hit all of their air facilities. Like Iran was completely defenseless for months after that. And again, they can build it back up and they can try to work with whatever Israel's got going out there. I just think that like these cutting edge Western countries are so far ahead, especially these terrorist nations. That pager shit, that was a fucking spy movie shit. Nobody saw that coming. So I really don't. I take my chances with Israel.
Let me put some reality on it. Iran is a third world country. Okay, it's a desert. There's nothing civilized about Iran. Okay, so you want to talk about creating, many American cities and bringing our military and training them up. Okay, now, so reality is a Brazil, that's not so far behind, and all these other little countries. You have to overcome their workforce, the ideology that is decades and decades enthralled in their brain. America has a workaholic workforce. Those countries their cars don't drive as fast as our cars. You would have to do such a major, massive overhaul to get them on board to be a mini America.
Yeah.
So it would never work.
I'm not saying they gotta buy Escalades.
No, wait a second. Isn't Japan kind of a mini America?
Yeah, but we don't exactly. I agree, but we don't have to go.
Were they a mini America until we completely destroyed and rebuilt their entire economy, their infrastructure, made sure that their military was only a defensive force, put in the infrastructure for highways, funded all of this, and now we do have one of the greatest allies we could ever have in the world inside of a region which can act as a buffer force towards other Asian forces, right? Like that is factually true, isn't it?
Yes, I do agree with.
I'm just kind of pointing out, right? Like this is what could have been considered at one point kind of a backwards, wayward nation by you when introduced their honor culture to kind of sophisticated technology and goods from outside, seem to be able to integrate these things and make them into something extraordinarily sophisticated to the point where we're buying their fucking goods because they're so good. So I'm just pointing out on the nation building end, Tyler does seem to have a fairly decent point here.
Okay. So
right now, Japan is giving us about $500 billion in economic investment in the United States. If Trump goes ahead and makes these investments into the Middle East, 50 years from now, when Barron's the president, they're going to be the ones investing trillions of dollars in the United States to make us prosperous.
They already do, in a way, through car industries and through I mean, even if you look at the tariffs that Trump wants to do, what country does he mention the least? Japan. Right. He really doesn't want to introduce these types of tariffs to this nation because this nation seems to be working in tandem with us to get goods that Americans want, especially vehicles, things like this. So like it seems like Tyler has the better angle here on this, at least from the point of nation building. And I'd like to see you respond to that.
Sure. That is one country. OK, I have traveled abroad, and the American ideology will not sit well in many, many other countries. Japan, they took a lesson, they took a beating, and they wanted to be a part of the alliance, but still, Japan still runs their country a certain way. They don't have the same way of life that we do here in the United States.
Yeah, but it seems like spreading democracy to imperialist Japan has done nothing but assist the United States in a major way, including having a buffer zone. Like if we went to war with North Korea tomorrow and they decimated the South, what country do you think we would attack them from? It would be it would be Japan, right? Like that would be the station that we would use in which to make these invasions even towards China. So it's like having that in that region seems to offer a massive buffer on behalf of the United States, doesn't it?
Of course. And it's great to have an ally, but like I said, that is one country. And Japan was humbled, and they wanted to be a part of the strongest nation in the world. But how many other countries are wanting to tuck their tail and say, okay, America, you take the lead?
I think we got a lot of parallels between the Middle East and Japan. Both of them were willing to kill themselves for the country.
We did turn a large part of it into a parking lot. And and that's back when we were able to win wars. So
we did that to Gaza too.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting, right? My job here in the call-in section is to play a bit of devil's advocate. Yeah. I do appreciate it very much, Ivan, even though I don't even agree with my own position that I took there. It was still fun to take it. You have a wonderful evening, sir. I appreciate the call-in very much.
Absolutely appreciate
Thank you, guys.
the call-in, but you got to go. See ya.
Thank you.
One more caller, guys, and we're going to wrap the debate up this evening. Emmett, go ahead with your question. Emmett, can you hear me, Emmett?
Emmett.
Can you
All right. Go ahead. Emmett. Go ahead.
Okay, I just have one question. This is for Grid. It's kind of an hypothetical. The hypothetical goes like this. Let's say that Mexico has a rare ore that the United States absolutely needs for security reasons. Would you be in favor of invading and killing as many Mexicans as you can in order to get this resource?
It's a good question.
That's a great question. And they won't like sell it to us. They won't. There's nothing else.
Yeah. So hang on. Wait, Emmett. It's an evil parlor trick that Grid One just tried to pull over. So he's asking for additional qualifiers in order to evade the principle of the question. The question is, if they have some shit that we really need and want, and we can't access it other than through invasion, Grid, should we invade?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
That doesn't sound very non-interventionalist, does it?
That's not intervention. That's conquest.
Oh, okay.
we're not changing hearts and minds here, brother. That's a loot rig.
Okay.
All right.
Then I agree with you, Great. I think the problem with the Americans is that they've left conquest and they went with intervention. And we need a little bit more conquest and killing of evil people in order to spread the goodness of America. And that would be all for me, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah. So I know.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Emmett, you got to go. See ya.
Yeah, fuck off, Emmett.
Yeah.
Sick of you, Emmett.
Don't make me hit the button, Emmett. I'll do
You're
it.
a stupid cat with a sombrero. Can get the fuck out of here, Emmett.
He's actually Mexican. Chaotic Truth, my man. How are you, sir?
Hold on for 1 second. Let me turn this over. Can you hear me?
Yeah, absolutely.
There we go. Hey, what's up, Greg? How you doing, bro?
I'm good, man. Good to see you. How are you?
Pretty good, man. I got a long ass stream going on today, man. We having a good time over there, man. It's a little bit
like 12 hours, dude. I don't know.
I know, right? Well,
nice hat. You got a nice hat on, bro.
Thank you so much, Andrew. I'm over here right now, man. But I just wanted to come over, man, and just give you a salute, man. I'm trying to go in between, man, but I gotta get back though, man. I just want to come over and say what's up.
Oh, you're still streaming?
I am, man. I got a one-on-one between Zach, who you defeated, Andrew,
The gematria dude.
the numerologist idiot.
Yeah, he's on the panel right now.
Is he ever gonna make a fucking prediction? Do you think?
No.
Oh wait,
Nah,
we do have a prediction. How many jobs? 4 point something million jobs lost by the end of the year. That was the prediction by our dumbass numerologist friend.
Yeah. Oh, he's pissed, but he never predicts a plane crash, any natural disaster, or whatever. But yeah, he's over there right now. But yeah, man, what's going on? I'm not trying to rush myself out of here, but I just want to say what's up to you, man.
I appreciate it.
Happy to do it.
Did you hear the debate?
No, you were live, so I just wanted to come over real quick.
Chaotic Truth. Did you want to take a second in front of thousands of people and shout your channel out?
Oh, it's Chaotic Truth Live. Chaotic Truth Live.
And where can they find you? What platforms, bro?
YouTube, just YouTube.
YouTube.
I'm on Twitter too.
What's the Twitter? Chill, you fuckhead. Chill away.
It's the same thing. Chaotic Truth Live, man.
Chaotic Truth Live. Got it.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, happy to have you shill this fine day. It's not, that hat really, that the hat did it.
Greatest country on the planet, man.
That's right.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely.
All right. Well, you have a wonderful evening, Chaotic Truth.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, man.
Now I'm going to tie this all off here, Grid One. After Mr. Chaotic Truth is removed, we'll tie it all off. So, gentlemen, right? This was a spirited debate. I hope you enjoyed the moderation. I do do things a little bit differently on the Crucible. I tend to keep the debates on track. And then when the callers, of course, call in, it's kind of an more open participation. We can flesh out the views a little bit more. I did hold both of your feet to the fire on various points. I did not let you evade, and made sure when callers came in, you weren't allowed to reframe or bullshit, but had to directly answer the question. This can feel uncomfortable, but I think at the end of the day, it makes both of you not only better debaters, but it's a better viewing for the people at home so that they can actually understand what your positions lead to. With that, Grid One Motorsports, take a moment and do a ton of senseless shilling for yourself.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, everyone on all the channels watching this, please come and watch my show. I do a lot of political commentary and lifestyle sort of stuff along with debates on my channel. I stream about 5 to 6 times a week, daytime and nighttime. The schedule's pretty set. Come on over. We'd be glad to have you. Andrew, I really appreciate you being here. I know that it was tough to fit in your schedule, and but we made it work, and it was awesome, and I had a really great time. This is the first debate that I've had on my channel, and we may do more of them. I like
it. The
enjoyable.
First problem is make sure in the future you reverse your boxes because you're facing the opposite direction.
Yeah,
it actually look better if you were facing him. But that aside, Grid, of course, you're a good pal, and I'm happy to come in and take the time where I can to do this. Both of you were very gracious in waiting for me. I do apologize for that. I seem to just consistently trying to play catch up with my own fucking schedule. But anyway, Tyler, go ahead when you're ready, sir.
Absolutely. So Average Debate Enjoyer, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter. I follow the day-to-day horse race, politics, polls, shit like that. If anyone wants to debate me on anything, give me a little bit of prep time. I am literally just here for the fucking fun.
Are you fucking Batman with the prep time, bro?
Yeah,
Are you Batman with the prep time?
I am. I can beat the fucking Hulk.
With enough fucking prep time, you can fucking do it, bro.
Yep, anybody, the Hulk.
I got to be honest with you, Tyler. I didn't read that thing you sent me until this morning, and I only watched about half of the debates that you did with Fabian and.
Shut up, Grid. It's his time to shill. Shill, Tyler. Shill. Did anybody interrupt you when you were shilling, Grid?
Google.
Nobody fucking interrupted you while you were shilling, Tyler.
Shill harder.
By the way, before you're done shilling, Tyler, Mr. Enigmatic, get a poll up in the chat so we can see who the winner is as we wind this stream down. Grid One Motorsports or Tyler, get it up there. You are a mod. Tyler, shill. Without interruption, Grid.
All right. So one of the things I'm working on right
Grit,
now is
stop interrupting, bro. He's trying to fucking chill.
I want to do an open source think tank online. I want to get all sorts of professionals and people that are interested in politics from all different scopes. I got 2 policies, reforming patents and housing, that I want to bring people in on. I want to present them in front of right wingers, left wingers, hear everybody's critiques, and come up with actual real policy. Get some policy writers in there and do something kind of fucking fun and constructive with the space. And also meet a lot of people. I had a lot of fun meeting everybody tonight. I'm kind of still new to all this. If anyone wants to debate or talk about anything, fucking hit me up, man. I just love politics.
Great. Well, I do appreciate you guys keeping me in mind to moderate the debate. I don't do this as much as I used to be able to, and I'm probably not going to be able to do it very much going into the future. But I did enjoy it. What we're going to do is we're going to take 2 solid minutes here. 2 minutes. We're going to start the clock timer right now so we can see who wins in this poll. Hang on a second. Right? Because, I mean, we have to see, and you guys have to see who wins.
Mr.
Right?
Bullet in the department.
Otherwise, what's the fun if we can't deliver you a massive L
debate.
and then laugh at you on your way
Light-hearted
out?
and lots of
I
joking
feel
around.
like this stream wasn't
Refreshing
even
change
really
of
worth
pace.
having.
Saluting face
So we're down to
emoji.
1
Fist
minute,
emoji.
48 seconds. Grid 1, can you tell us on the back end there? Looks like, now you can tell me if I'm wrong, but the very bottom looks to me like a Caltech KSG.
RDB.
Oh, really? Okay. Okay.
Yeah, that's
and then
RDB. That's a AR-10.
and that's an
That
AR-15.
is, one of my competition rifles.
Yeah, AR-15 top.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Gotcha. Okay. It did look like a Caltech KSG, but I can't tell because it's blurred.
It is blurred and it doesn't have the suppressor on it. So
Caltech KSGs don't have suppressors.
mine. Well, my
Wait.
RDB does. Normally there's a suppressor on the end of that. That's why it looks so short.
Okay, we're down to 55 seconds. As we get down to the 55 seconds, can the Crucible send you Crucible brand chapstick, Tyler? Is that a thing that you would be willing to accept? Do you you're muted, bro. You're muted.
I have some right here. It's fucking terrible down here. My hands are all cracked.
Yeah. Do you promise that you'll use it, bro? If we send you the Crucible brand, like a Crucible brand chapstick?
Yeah. No, it's real dry down here. It just happens. White people problems, you know.
Well, I'm a white person, bro, and it's not a problem I'm having, you know. I'm just pointing that out. 20 seconds left to go as we dive into this. I have not commented the entire evening, though I have been desperate to do so, that Grid 1 has a very sexy hat. It is the type of hat that women will comment on while you're in the street. They will gravitate right over to you in order to, you know, give you sexual favors in exchange for the wearing of this hat. It's a really nice hat, Grid.
I'm a married man. However, so without, you know, just because I always support the causes I believe in, I found myself searching the internet far and wide one night, and I remembered that Andrew has a grift shop. And so I went in and I bought a hat and a hoodie and a coffee mug and a t-shirt. And I suggest all you fine folks do that as well.
I suggest that as well. The poll is done. The results are in. Grid 1 with 73% of the vote. Tyler with 26%. They also, many comments, you stupid neocon, ha ha ha, you fucking retard, you're stupid. I just made all of that up. And it made for wonderful content. It made for wonderful content from all of us here at the Crucible to all of you out there in Crucible land. I hope you have a wonderful night. And with that, gentlemen, I am out of here.
We'll see, Andrew. Thank you for stopping by.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Us out.
The chat was really nice. I was reading his chat for a lot of it. They were very nice.
Yeah. I'm actually a member over there. I just I have it up. I just don't have it where I'm looking at it. So it's a very pleasant debate. Yes, it was.
Good. I'm glad. I don't like to cause issues, and I was really trying to change some minds. Like that guy came in and said I had gay points. I have like 30, 40 points that you like pick out for who I'm debating against. Like if you watch the one with the leftist, I didn't use any of these points for him. So like I really tried to tailor these to what you guys would enjoy. That hurts.
Yeah, but it was a good time. It was interesting because I literally didn't. I did all of this from memory. Like I didn't like study or anything or Google. I didn't have a page of notes. That's why you didn't see me typing or anything, because I was just doing it. It was cool though.
Yeah, I like to take a lot. I just like to. I don't know. I'm a pothead. It's kind of like a thing I do for work and in my life. Anything I need, I write it down immediately. So, yeah, it's just kind of a habit. When he said I was Googling, I was actually just taking notes. I just thought it was funny, so I didn't want to ruin the moment. So, but all right. Well, I gotta go to bed. I gotta work in the morning. But this was fucking fantastic. You need me for anything on your side, against you, fucking moderating. You want me to dance sexy in the background? Hit me up. Let me know.
Yeah. It was interesting.
I'm happy, man. Fucking, I got 26% of the vote. You know, that's pretty good going into enemy territory. When I went into Pisco shit and debated him, I got like 1%. So,
yeah, it was good. This is normally you don't know this, but normally this is my channel. We consider the Continental, like in John Wick, where no business gets done, no debating gets done, none of that. And so, but I've been, you know, a lot of people have asked, you know, maybe I should debate or suggested I should debate here or whatever. So it worked out. It was good. It's good.
yeah. And as you've seen, the little Gibbs group that we're forming, the home team, all of those people, you could pretty much pick anyone out of that group and they'll give you a good arguments and not emotional tantrums. Like they're all good people. So,
well, now I mirror energy. So where you're doing, you're like really calm all the time. You may have noticed in the panel debate that you and I were on that if somebody comes after me, I just go right back at them like super hard.
I do too. I got a little New Yorker in there. I had a little tussle on Friday with somebody named Ranger and Rogue, and I don't think he'll ever talk to me again. Yeah, whoopsie.
Yeah, I don't think Wick will have me back on. I told him he was stupid too many times, so I don't think he'll have me back on.
He really is such a nice fucking guy off the panels. Like he just is like the kindest hearted person I don't know. But yeah, I gotta go to sleep, man. I could chat all night.
Yeah, get some sleep. I know you have a real job to go do, and you know.
Again, if you need me for anything, people in chat, hit me up. I love politics. I'll just bullshit about anything all the time. Hit me up.
That's awesome.
Alrighty.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. And then there was one. Grid one. Who won? Shockingly. It really wasn't that shocking though. I knew I was going to win. I watched his earlier debates on the subject. It's just all about his feelings and the way that he looks at things is just very strange. So, audience bias for the win. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I have that was actually a pretty cool debate overall. Andrew really helped because and he helped me more than he knows, because the thing about, if you watch the other debates with Fabian Liberty and Rob Noor, Tyler just like he gets off on these channels and he'll just like go and just like really random stuff that doesn't really have anything to do with the point. And a couple of times I had to say, hey, you know, that's great. That doesn't do anything for me. So a lot of tangents, but so it is what it is. So yeah. So anyway, what do you guys? Tim Hale can. That was really funny. Tim Hale was hilarious. By the way, as he always is, he is absolutely always just ridiculously funny, dude. No kidding. CT is still live, bro. I honestly think that he's been alive. I think he's been live for freaking ever. It's crazy. Like, I think he's probably done 12 hours today. Yeah, with Andrew moderating it, it really steps everything up. And to be honest, I really enjoyed Andrew's style of moderating because he even called me out. You know, I started to kind of get ahead of myself, which, you know, it's a bad thing. No, he sent them like to some other channel. I don't know. It's fine. He probably thought I was going to sign right off. I probably should. But I'm thinking about yeah, I'm probably going to sign off here shortly. But yeah. CT doesn't sleep unless it's on stream. That's probably true. Is that 13 hours plus? Dang. Should sign off and end with the W. Yeah. That's probably true. Probably true. Mr. Boulay gets that TTS in.
Mr. Boulay and the Department of Numismatics donated $10 super chat from your friends at Tactical Soap, a Grondike soap company. We congratulate the winner of tonight's debate, Mr. Andrew Wilson. Using a Star Wars metaphor, Andrew was the one who
stayed on target. Hey, Mr. Boulay, were you not here? Were you not here, sir? When I used Star Trek references, multiple Star Trek references. The Prime Directive. Dude, I had it going on, man. I had it going on. You guys just don't know. You just don't know. That is great. The terraforming thing was just like hilarious. Star Crack, yeah. What's up, VO Pod? I'm surprised you didn't come up to ask a question. Yeah, Andrew. I wanted Andrew to moderate this just because I knew it would be great if he did. I understand SD guy, but I was making Star Trek references in the debate by talking about the terraforming and the Prime Directive. The Prime Directive being thou shalt not interfere with societies that have not made first contact or achieved space flight. No first contact before space flight. So, and it's been a long time since I watched Star Trek, so I don't know. But yeah, it was awesome, dude. It actually was a good debate. I think he probably would have done better if he had let maybe a little less pot, less drugs, but yeah, it was good though. I had a good time. I hope everyone watching had a good time watching it. It seemed like Andrew's audience really enjoyed it. I'll do more debates. It needs to be succinct with a prattle, yeah. Oh, that's awesome, VO Pod. That's good, man. That's good. That was really cool, man. I'm glad that happened for you. It was it was a good time. Pardon me. All right, so tomorrow, live at noon, assuming that something weird doesn't happen, I'm going to we'll be live at noon. I will be we're going to talk mostly issues tomorrow. We're going to talk about this video the judge made with the firearm. There's going to be some other things going on. Tim Hale, yeah, thanks. And it was interesting when you came up and how the end run that they tried to make. That was great. But yeah, so day shift, be here for it. It's gonna be pretty good. And fortunately, oddly, I don't have any debate prep or anything. Tomorrow, Friday night, we're going to have what is that? Hang on, what is that person's name again? Stand by. We're gonna have somebody. I'll remember the name in a minute. I Killed Earl. We're gonna have I Killed Earl. We'll be here it sounds like the whole show. Arakaro, good. I'm glad you have class. Yeah, refocusing. Well, the refocusing helped, and challenging some of the holes in my logic was helpful as well. I had thing is, I didn't have a plan. The vengeful truther has become a member. So I didn't have a plan. I'm not kidding. I didn't Google anything. I didn't make any notes. I didn't. Let me read you my entire. Where there's I'm going to read this right now. This is my entire debate notes. Define non-interventionism. He did that for me. I didn't have to do that. And then basically, Oppos will argue that intervention by U.S. is a noble thing because we're the richest, most powerful nation, benefits us in trade power, etc. That's it. That's the entirety of my notes. And I really didn't need anything better than that. I did my. So the thing is that Andrew pulled me back the one time from getting kind of lost in the sauce, you might say. And he's right. He was right to do that. So yeah, it was good. It's a good time. Conquest better than interventionism. That's correct. That was that was great. That was great. I was like, well, that's conquest, brother. and Tim Hale trying to trick me with that backwards question about how, well, what about Texas? Well, Texas is only there because of Tennessee, and they were volunteers. Well, actually, they were mercenaries. They got paid. So I don't know what he means. What about Texas? That was not the U.S. intervening. That was Tennesseans being Tennesseans and doing what Tennesseans do. Shooting stuff. Tim Hale trying to get one over on me. But yeah. Oh yeah? That's awesome, man. I did not know that. Hello, Orca Speaks. I'm not familiar with you. I did not know that, Angel Berber, because I didn't have him up. So he said he was proud of me on his stream when you recovered after he challenged you on certain points and enjoyed you going on offense. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I did do that. I am. I am grid one. So that's true. That's accurate. What was he saying over on his chat? I may have to watch it just to find out. I might have to go check that out. Go see what's up. He was just commenting on the debate. That's good. I will watch it. I saw him talking to his chat. Oh, I will. I'll do that in the morning. Yeah, for sure. I will do that for sure. Hey, thanks, Ticky Tack. I'm surprised you didn't come up and ask some questions. So where are the holes in my arguments, guys? Because I felt like I was pretty tight. And I kept coming back to the same key points and not trying to roam too far away. Mainly because there were actually a lot of points to be made. But I just felt like it was easier just to keep hammering the same points for me anyway. Yeah, I've already got that. I'm already there. I know, dude. I keep doing that. I don't know why. Yeah, I am a member. Yeah, I am. I'll go watch it. It won't be on tonight. It'll be tomorrow or sometime. Yeah, I mean, it's true, but it's it's not hard to convince somebody that it's a good idea. That it's not hard to convince people that it's a good idea that, hey, these people over here are suffering. We should go help them. And a lot of times what people will argue is, well, we should go help them as long as it doesn't cost us too much. And then it becomes this sliding scale. Yeah. Jake was thinking on the culture argument that third world countries that bathe in elephant piss wouldn't be our problem when we have issues with our education and homeless problem along with other stuff. Yeah, so that's kind of it. But here's the thing: they don't want it, and when you just give somebody that, it's this idea of like you take somebody from third world country and then you bring them into modern America, for example, and it's really it's really a bad argument. The only hole I had that was apparent was that you had no counters for aughts, which I should, yeah. Which you do need in order to deal with rhetoric-based argumentation when it's presented. Yeah, that's true. But there weren't any real oughts given, right? He never said, well, we ought do this. He kind of did in the beginning. He kind of said, well, or in his other arguments, he didn't do it tonight. In his other arguments, he's given this America's the greatest country on the earth, and we have all of this, so we ought to go and help other people because we're good and all of that. And he didn't make that argument tonight that I remember, but I would have dealt with that had he made that ought claim. But he doesn't do ought claims very much because he's a moral not moral relativist, whatever the fuck he is. He's a weird dude. Sliding scales are for fat chicks and fish catches. That's probably true. I like that, dude. I like that, War Pig. I like that. Yeah, guys, if you rewatch it and you see any big holes in my argument or my technique, I don't have an ego about this, so go ahead and tell me about it. One of the reasons why I could take Andrew's critique and then just fix it is because I don't have an ego about this stuff, you know? Like I'm not better than Andrew at this for sure. So yeah. Yeah, I think my only real critique of his performance is that he doesn't really make solid logical arguments and he smokes too much pot. I appreciate that. As an old man throwing hands in the debate space, I support this message. Yeah, absolutely, Mr. Alleycat. I knew Andrew was going to be good. I watched Andrew. So I didn't actually know Andrew was moderated debates. I don't think a lot of people know that he does that. But back, I watched the debate with Fabian Liberty and someone else versus two other people, and Andrew was a moderator, and it was probably the best moderating that I had seen. Period. And I thought if I ever had a debate on my own channel that was set up to be a 1v1, that I would have Andrew do that if possible, and he did. Arguments for chip manufacturing are from a place of ignorance, in my opinion. Taiwan surpassed other chip manufacturing fabs such as Intel fair and square by advancing technology. You're not totally wrong. You're not totally wrong about that. But the chips that we're really concerned about is, and I don't know if you remember this. So back in 2019, pre-COVID, they were going to move chip production from Silicon Valley to Taiwan. Trump said, no, we're not going to do it. He gets voted out. Biden says, yeah, sure. Move this production to Taiwan. I'm sure there were some kickbacks. I'm sure he made some money, whatever. and then and then when Trump got back, now that Trump's back in, he's like, obviously it's been 4 years. He's like, no, we're going to move the chip manufacturing back from Taiwan to the U.S. And I'm assuming that when they do that, when he allows that company to repatriate back into Silicon Valley, which they probably won't go to Silicon Valley. I think they're going to Texas or somewhere like that. When they move that manufacturing back, that's going to be that fills our shortfall. I believe that is correct. I believe that that's the reason why they had to get approval from the government to move that production to Taiwan. Pardon me. Yeah, he just doesn't have the time to do it. But I knew he would be great. And again, I knew if I had a 1v1 that I would do it. This is true at all. Tim Hale's very smart. He looks weird, but he's very smart. Even if not significant, just emotion can become a useful bargaining chip in negotiations. That's absolutely correct. 100%. So that's 100%. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to bed. I'll see you guys tomorrow at noon on the day shift, making it happen. All right, guys. You guys have a great night. No outro music or anything. I'm just going to tell you that it's been awesome. Had great time tonight. See you tomorrow in the day shift. In the meantime, be cool. Wear glasses if you need them. Oh, wait. Grumple Stillskin, are you just getting here? Caught me in mid stoppage. Long day. I get it, bro. You got to watch the debate, man. It was good. It was good. It'd make you mad, I think, but it's good. I got to go, Grumple. I'm sorry, bro. Go to bed. That's what I'm going to do. I'll catch up with you. If you need to, hit me up on Discord, man. At any rate, guys, again, be cool. Wear glasses if you need them. They're important. And get off my lawn.